highly reputed vocational institutes from all continents will form the basis of this conference. The conference will have high-level speakers who will share best practices, new career paths, future sciences, trending topics, and much more. Now, without any further ado, I think I've done enough introduction. Now it's time to introduce the chairwoman and CEO of Midpoint, which is the organizing arm of this conference, Her Excellency Sheikha Noura bint Khalifa Al Khalifa. The floor is yours, Sheikha Noura.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الدكتور ماجد بن علي النعيمي وزير التربية والتعليم، رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي بمملكة البحرين، راعي المؤتمر، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الوزراء، الوكلاء والمسؤولين عن التعليم، ورؤساء الجامعات والمعاهد المهنية والخبراء والمستشارين من جميع الدول المشاركة. أيها الحفل الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم في افتتاح هذا المؤتمر العالمي للتعليم العالي والفني والمهني، شاكرة ومقدرة المشاركة المتميزة منكم جميعاً من قيادات مسؤولة عن التعليم ومؤسسات التعليم العالي والفني والمهني وكافة جهات وشخصيات المتعاونة لإنجاح هذا المحفل التعليمي والدولي الكبير. وأخص بالشكر والتقدير والامتنان لسعادة الدكتور ماجد بن علي النعيمي وزير التربية والتعليم، رئيس مجلس أمناء مجلس التعليم العالي بمملكة البحرين، على رعايته الكريمة للمؤتمر والفعاليات المصاحبة له، وهي لفتة غير مستغربة من سعادته، وهو الداعم الكبير لكافة الجهود المبذولة لتطوير التعليم بجميع مراحله على الأصعدة المحلية والإقليمية والدولية. حفل الكريم، لقد حرصنا على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي ليكون ملتقى كبير لتبادل الخبرات والتجارب البارزة على الصعيد الدولي، وليمثل منصة نموذجية تعين الطلبة من جميع القارات على رسم مساراتهم الأكاديمية والمهنية المستقبلية في ضوء متطلبات التنمية الشاملة المستدامة واحتياجات القرن ال21. كما حرصنا على أن يكون حضور المؤتمر متاحاً لأكبر شريحة ممكنة من الجمهور المستهدف على مستوى العالم، وذلك من خلال توفير رابط تسجيل المجاني وتخصيص أكثر من منصة لبث الفعاليات مثل الزوم ومنصات صممت خصيصاً للفعالية ووسائل التواصل الاجتماعي بالشكل الذي يرفع مستوى الاستفادة الدولية من جلسات النقاش والمحاضرات المهمة المتنوعة، إلى جانب الجولات الافتراضية التي ستوفرها الجامعات والمعاهد المهنية لمشاركة الطلبة والتعرف على خدماتها، والتي تشمل جلسات نقاشية وعروضاً توضيحية حول التخصصات والمؤهلات والفرص المستقبلية التي توفرها تلك المؤسسات. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحفل الكريم، لقد ركزنا في مؤتمرنا هذا على أن تتسم الموضوعات المطروحة بالشمولية والتنوع والارتباط المباشر بالتطوير والمستجدات في مجال التعليم العالي والفني والمهني، مع مراعاة اختيار أبرز الشخصيات للمشاركة بتقديم المحاضرات وأوراق العمل، حيث تأتي في مقدمة الفعاليات المهمة جلسة دور وزارات التربية والتعليم في جميع أنحاء العالم في مجال التعليم العالي والمهني، والتي يتحدث فيها الوزراء المختصون من عدة دول، إضافة إلى جلسة التحديات والفرص المخصصة لوكلاء الوزارات أو من ينوب عنهم، وغير ذلك من جلسات ومحاضرات التي تطرح موضوعات في غاية الأهمية، مثل دور التعليم العالي والمهني في الاقتصاد والتنمية، ودعم هذا القطاع التعليمي في مواجهة التحديات وتعزيز الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار فيه، والمنهجيات التعليمية الجديدة القائمة على التكنولوجيا، وأفضل الممارسات والمسارات الوظيفية الجديدة وعلوم المستقبل، وإعادة تأهيل الشباب لتحقيق متطلبات التنمية المستدامة، إلى جانب عدد كبير من المحاضرات اليومية المتزامنة للجامعات والمعاهد المشاركة، ومعرض وجولات تعريفية افتراضية يومية لتلك المؤسسات حول العالم. في الختام، أجدد الشكر والتقدير لجميع من أسهم بتنظيم هذا المؤتمر، متطلعة إلى أن يحقق الأهداف المرجوة، من سائل الله تعالى أن يوفقنا جميعا بما يحب ويرضى. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much شيخة نورة، مشكورة على كلمتك وتعريفك لهالمؤتمر اللي هو الأكثر من رائع. Thank you very much Your Excellency شيخة نورة for your speech and for your very informative speech, to be honest. And we are all definitely looking forward to have this conference and for everyone to benefit from everything that it offers. Now, I'd like to, of course, introduce the Minister of Education of the Kingdom of Bahrain for his keynote speech, His Excellency Dr. Majid bin Ali Naimi. It gives me great honor to introduce you, Your Excellency. The floor is yours. And thank you very much for being here with us today.
شكرا لأخت سارة على التقديم، حتى المقدمة كانت جدا طيبة واستمتعنا فيها وشرحتي أهم النقاط اللي كنا نتكلم عنها، وإن شاء الله نواصل في هذا الحوار. في الواقع أبدأ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السعادة أيها الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أشارك في هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي المهم الذي يأتي تزامنا مع احتفالات مملكة البحرين بأعيادها الوطنية إحياء للذكرى الدولة البحرينية الحديثة في عهد المؤسس أحمد الفاتح كدولة عربية مسلمة، ويرتبط بتاريخ مهم وهو 1783 ميلادية ذكرى هذه الدولة. وفي نفس الوقت نتزامن مع احتفالاتنا في كافة مستويات في مؤسساتنا في مملكة البحرين، سواء على الصعيد الرسمي أو على الصعيد الشعبي، بذكرى تولي سيدي حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة عاهل البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه مقاليد الحكم. واسمحوا لي في البداية أن أتقدم بالشكر والتقدير إلى الأخت الأستاذة الشيخة نورة بن خليفة الخليفة على جهودها المتميزة والمثمرة ومتابعتها المستمرة للتحضير ومتابعة كل ما من شأنه ينقلنا إلى مؤتمر أنا متأكد ومعارض ليست بس افتراضية وإنما هي واقعية الشيخة نورة، لأن متابعتك المتواصلة تبين أن هناك رغبة صادقة في تنظيم لقاء يخدم هدف أساسي وهو الإنسانية ممثلة في أبنائنا الطلبة. وكذلك أشكر كل من شارك في هذا المؤتمر سواء بالحضور أو بالورش أو قدم تسهيلات من أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الأخوة الكرام الوزراء وكذلك الأخوة رؤساء الجامعات وأصحاب الاختصاص في الذين سيثرون مثل هذا اللقاء من خلال مناقشات علمية سيتطرق إليها المؤتمر، وهذا سيدفعنا ويحفزنا أن نتطلع إلى النتائج التي سوف يصل إليها هذا المؤتمر، لأن يعقد في وقت استثنائي وفي ظروف لن أقول استثنائية وإنما حرجة في نفس الوقت، لأن العالم لم يواجه مثل هذه الظروف. يمكن في التعليم العام يعني بشكل عام نجحت الدول في مواجهة مثل هذه، ولكن لما ننظر للتعليم الفني فإن له خصوصية. فأنا أشكر الأخت الشيخة نورة على اختيار هذا الموضوع، لأن صراحة إحنا كوزارة أعطيكم أنا ببتعد شوي عن الكلام اللي في الورقة عشان أتكلم معاكم بكل أريحية. لما إحنا بدأنا التعليم في مملكة البحرين في هذه الجائحة كنا نملك قاعدة صلبة صراحة، وهي مشروع جلالة الملك حمد لمدارس المستقبل. وفر لنا بنية تحتية وكذلك التمكين الرقمي هيئ وأعد لنا قدرات ذاتية، فاستطعنا أن نتحول بشكل سريع إلى التعلم عن بعد. أنشأنا حوالي 14 قناة على اليوتيوب، الناس بدأت تتعود على المواقع الإلكترونية والبوابة التعليمية التي أصبحت مدعاة ومحط اهتمام أن تفتخر فيها وزارة التربية وكذلك المواطنين، لأن استطعنا أن نقدم للمجتمع أولياء أمور منتسبي الميدان التربوي طلبة منظومة تجعلهم أن لا يترددوا وإنما يتحمسوا للدخول إلى هذه البوابة. ووصل عدد فقط من زار هذه البوابة في العام الدراسي الماضي إلى أكثر من 68 مليون زيارة. ومن بداية العام هذا من شهر سبتمبر إلى الآن وصلنا أعداد كبيرة جدا فاقت تصل تقريبا حوالي إلى أكثر من 17 مليون زيارة. وهذه تعني شيئين، تعني أن هناك اتجاه للتعلم عن بعد، ويجب أن يكون هناك أيضا مادة علمية موجودة تدفع الطلبة للاتجاه إليها. ولكن كل هذا الأمور يعني جهد محمود من الجميع، من إخواني في وزارة التربية وكذلك زملائي في العالم بشكل كامل. ولكن تبقى نقطة مهمة هي التعليم الفني. هناك يعني ظروف يعني تحتاج أيضا أن ننظر إليها، وهي موضوع الورش، المختبرات، التواجد الفعلي، التجربة تحت إشراف أساتذة. هذه أمور تدفع كثيرا أن ننظر إليها في هذا المؤتمر. يعني لو كيف نعوض الناقص في المهارات في هذا الجانب. صحيح التعلم عن بعد اليوم موجود وهي سنة الحياة وكثير، ولكن بعد الإحساس بالمادة والتجربة لها دور. هذا لا ينطبق فقط على التعليم الفني، وإنما أيضا ينطبق على جانب آخر، وهو أيضا أبنائنا في المراحل التعليمية المبكرة. الكل يتذكر طبيعة الجو المدرسي، الحضور، الالتزام، التعارف مع الزملاء، مع مجتمع يختلف عنك عن المنزل. هذه دفع وزارة التربية والتعليم الآن أن نخصص مادة دراسية أو حصة دراسية هي ما قلنا فيها فاقد عن تعليم، وإنما كيف نعزز التعليم، وهي موجهة للذين فقدوا هذا الجانب من خلال استخدام بس فقط المنظومة التعلم عن بعد. إذن هذا يدفعنا أيضا، وما بالك بالموجودين في المدارس الفنية أو غيرها من مؤسسات التعليم العالي. كذلك عندنا أيضا معهد البحرين للتدريب. كل هذه الأمور الآن الأخوة يحاولون يعوضون كثير من النقاط التي يحتاج لها الطالب، والتي عدم حصوله عليها أعتقد أنه ستؤثر عليه بشكل كامل. في الواقع احنا في مجلس التعليم العالي من سنوات عديدة، والآن أيضا مجلس أمناء التعليم العالي، هناك لوائح تنظم هذه العملية، ولكن نحن بحاجة إلى المزيد. لذلك المجلس الأعلى لتطوير التعليم والتدريب وجه أيضا لإيجاد منظومات جديدة حتى نستطيع أن نتوافق مع هذا الجانب. التعليم الفني في البحرين قديم جدا من فترة الثلاثينات. هذا أيضا يعني يدعونا أيضا أن نهتم به، ولذلك فإحنا نسعى لنقله أيضا حتى للمدارس التي غير متخصصة في الجانب الصناعي، لأن أنا أعتقد اليوم التعلم والسوفت وير وغيرها من هذه الأمور ممكن تنقلك من موقع إلى آخر، مثل ما تفضلت الأخت الشيخة نورة في معرض افتراضي، في جولات افتراضية. هذه يمكن قبل كذا سنة نراها صعبة، لكن يجب أن تتكيف مع الأمور. فهذه نقطة. في الواقع إحنا هناك نقاط أتمنى من الأخوة في هذا المؤتمر الناجح بإذن الله تعالى أن يفكروا في هذه الأمور. يعني نستخلص الدروس، كيف نعوض الفاقد في مجال التعليم الفني والمهني؟ هاي سؤالي الأول. سؤالي الثاني أيضا، كيف يستطيع الطالب أن يعيش أجواء التعليم الفني وهو عن بعد؟ هاي السؤال الثالث. النقطة الأخيرة، يعني مثل هذه الجائحة لابد منها دروس مستفادة، وأهم درس أعتقد هو ماذا لو حدثت جائحة أخرى. ثالثا، واقع التعليم الآن، وأنا أشوف الأخت سارة تكتب، فإن شاء الله بعد تركزين عليه هذه النقاط. يعني لو طال الوقت مع هذه الجائحة أخت نورة، يعني فهذا الجانب يعني ماذا ستعمل مؤسسات في التعليم الفني والتعليم؟ يمكن السنة هذه نستمر في نظام التعلم عن بعد؟ الله أعلم، يمكن الفصل الدراسي القادم لا أحد يعلم ماذا سيتم. فلذلك أمل إن شاء الله من المؤتمر عشان يكون قريبا من الواقع ويتناسب في نفس الوقت مع توجه العالمي في هذا الجانب. أخيرا أنا عارف أن في مشاركة لليونسكو حسب ما ورد إلي. اليوم أصبح موضوع التعلم عن بعد هو محط اهتمام الدول كلها، والتعامل مع انعكاسات هذه الجائحة لا يقل عن اهتمام التعامل معها. أنا أكرر شكري وتقديري للقائمين على هذا المؤتمر، ولكن ما دعاني أن أخرج عن الطابع الرسمي وأتكلم معكم بصراحة هو أهمية العنوان، وأيضا الاستفادة من الدروس التي اكتسبها الكثير من الزملاء. أعتقد فرصة متاحة من خلال هذا المؤتمر. وفقكم الله جميعا وسدد على طريق الخير خطاكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
طبعا شكرا سعادة الدكتور ماجد بن علي النعيمي على هذه الكلمة القريبة من القلب، وطبعا كل النقاط اللي ذكرتها إن شاء الله بيكون نفس ما قلت أنا كاتبتهم عشان نتأكد إن نكون نغطيهم إن شاء الله في هذا المؤتمر. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your speech. And hopefully we will achieve the objectives of this conference and discuss all the points that you have mentioned. Now I'd like to introduce from Djibouti, His Excellency Dr. Nabil Mohammed Ahmed, the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research of Djibouti. Your Excellency Dr. Nabil, thank you very much for joining us here today, and I will leave the mic to you. Dr. Nabil, you are mute. If you can unmute, and then the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. You hear me?
Yes, very loud and clear.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Highness, Sheikha Noura bint Khalifa, Your Excellency, Dr. Majid bin Ali al-Nuaimi, Minister of Education and Chairman of the Board of Higher Education, Your Excellencies, all protocol observers, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to the Kingdom of Bahrain for this excellent initiative to organize the Global Virtual Education Conference and present our thanks for inviting us to participate and share our experience. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has this advantage of bringing together politicians, members of the academic communities, experts, and private sector professionals from various countries with different cultures, histories, backgrounds, financial means, policies, or strategies. Although these differences, we have to take in mind that the Earth has become a single, unique ecological and historical sphere. So these differences are today a real opportunity to immerse new strategies enhancing the role of education, science, and technology as the driving force of development in a world that changes every day and subject to predictable upheavals such as climate change or unpredictable ones such as emerging diseases such as COVID. We have to remember also that in a short time, the Industrial Revolution increased productivity, which in turn allowed an exponential growth of the economy, which makes mankind today enjoy incredible wealth. The gain of in productivity through technology, then the organization of work, and finally, the power of knowledge represent three key stages in the development of our society. The real challenge today, ladies and gentlemen, is to make higher education more effective so that it emerges from its ivory tower with the primary mission of making our youth succeed better prepared for all current and future challenges, and aligning policies in their choices to transform society. To achieve this objective, education and research have to be in line with the current time and coming challenges and requirement of modernization of our economy for sustainable development in line with the SDGs. So let me share with you our modest experience in Djibouti, how to strengthen education and vocational training to overcome challenges and obstacles. University is new, is very young in Djibouti, let's say 21 years. After the independence of Djibouti in 1977, we had no university. But our president, His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, in 2000 decided to create the University of Djibouti. In 21 years, the University of Djibouti has seen enormous progress. But the democratization of higher education leads us to find a balance between the quantity of students coming to the university and the quality that we are providing. For this, our policy was to play on 3 sectors: work on the quality of infrastructure, new and modern universities have been built, work on the quality of teachers, we have recruited PhDs, professors, and given to them courses to be sure that they have the required pedagogy in communication to give the knowledge to our students. We have worked also on the quality of teaching and training with the new syllabus, quality of equipment, of course, and just let me to remember that whatever the localization of the student in Djibouti, in South Africa, or at the Harvard University, all the students, all the young people in this world are using the same languages and using the same tools. So we have focused on how to give them also the opportunity of be able to follow online training. I would like just to come back to this question because His Excellency, the Minister of Education of Bahrain, we have another challenges in Djibouti. The quality of the connection, the opportunity for all students to have computer at home, and their means to have also the connection at home. This is a very crucial point. So to overcome these points, and alhamdulillah, the COVID was not so much, touching our country. We, after this, the first 3 months of the COVID, we have opened our university, create new rooms, of course, playing with the importance of limitation of sanitary aspects, of course, to give the opportunity to the students, and particularly in the technical trade, to provide them the technical training at the university. And alhamdulillah, we have tested frequently our students, and we didn't get, the pandemic was not, so much important. And alhamdulillah, thanks to God, we didn't get a lot of problem. Djibouti, like many Arabic countries of the East African country, is living in a crucial moment currently. We are in a real turning point in our history, and particularly that of our development, where several indicators, and particularly in East Africa, despite this very difficult moment we have in our region, indicators of growth rate were very good. The dynamism of the region, its hopeful youth, and more graduates allows us to be optimistic for the future. For this, we have organized our university and our research center must move towards a socio-economic rationalization of the role with more openness to the outside world and in a deep reforms to meet the need of population and business while being innovative and competitive. We have not to forget also that digital revolution is already disrupting our knowledge, capacities, and where artificial intelligence is there, it's already one of the ways to reinvent our society, our economy, and science as we know them today. This is why I continue to believe that our youth can be actors of this revolution on the condition that we invest in the essential development of science, as you said, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These disciplines are central and real indicators of country capacity to support its existence and growth. For this, we have created Faculty of Engineering, of course, Fab Labs, try to create new masters on data science, and our students really are currently very well involved in this aspect of artificial intelligence and database masters. Universities have to be mass productive. And for that, we have to reform them in depth to create a citizen able for using the knowledge acquired at the university by transforming it into useful knowledge that creates value. It's why I was saying in the beginning that we have to go out our ivory tower, and the university have to be open to the economic world. This is under this condition that the individual will be able to produce goods and services, participate in the economy and in the efforts for sustainable development and prosperity of the country. For this, the university must work with the private sector. It is what we have done. Companies forge relationship with other universities, make greater use of new technologies, in particular online courses. Hire teachers able of embracing this new vision, even if it means going to seek at the international levels when the skills do not exist in the country. It's what we have done because science is globalizing and extruding borders. This is what Pastor quite rightly said, science has no fatherland, because knowledge is the heritage of humanity, the torch that lights the world. Finally, last but not least, we have to take care about climate change. We have to take it into account as an opportunity to develop our knowledge and our economies. For the world, the climate and the health crisis we are experiencing reminds us of the need to conduct a real new policy, to engage with the will to find solutions, actions up to the challenges. This is about joining forces and acting effectively for the well-being of all. For Africa, Arabic country, Djibouti, prevention, adaptation, and forecasting strategies require two essential elements: to be in possession of reliable data, unfortunately not currently available due to the lack of funding, sufficiently trained staff, and dedicated infrastructure. For example, the East Africa countries, the average of weather stations coverage rate is only 1/8 of the average density required. The second issue is the development of scientific research and technology transfer through a partnership to strengthen our nourishing, caring, and protecting strategy. This is in that framework that we have a new project, the Climate Change, East Africa Climate Change Observatory, supported by the Nanosatellite Program. This project, initiated by the President of the Republic, His Excellency Ismail Omar Guelleh, and financed by the government, is intended to be a regional or even international scientific framework for the collection, processing, and analyzing data to tackle the negative impacts of climate change on the fragile ecosystem of East Africa and prevent emerging diseases as chikungunya or coronavirus. This observatory will be supported by the nanosatellite program that we are conducting, and 10 of our students are currently trained to design and manufacture this nanosatellite for data selection for meteorology, natural resources management, navigation, transport, and monitoring of terrestrial and marine environments. Having a satellite for our countries is becoming a strategic necessity for both economic development and resource protection. Closing my modest sharing experience, we invite all of you for more collaboration and cooperation. This is the key of the success for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Nabil. It really is amazing how to see that each country, how they respond to the challenges and obstacles they face differently. And it is amazing also how to see the future jobs, as we will be discussing them, how they differ from each country, as you said, for the satellites and yours, and a lot of others. Thank you very much for your very informative speech. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate your invitation as well for collaboration. And I'm sure Your Excellencies and all the specialists we have here in our conference today will be more than glad to do so. So next, allow me to introduce the former Minister of Education and Science of Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency Dr. Almazbek Vishenyalev. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. I'm sorry if I didn't. So, Your Excellency Dr. Almazbek, the floor is yours. Please enlighten us.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the conference. It's my great pleasure to greet you from Switzerland, Geneva, on behalf of my embassy and my permanent mission, you in University's 195 Higher Education Virtual Conference. At the beginning of my speech, I'd like to extend my special thanks to Princess Noura Al Khalifa for initiative and invitation, and for organizers for arranging such platform that enables higher education institutions to exchange ideas and benefit from a unique global educational experience. Today, along with other sectors, education has been transformed by global competition and recent technological advancements. Digital technologies are used intensively and extensively throughout all aspects of contemporary life. In this fast-changing world, students entering universities are likely to change careers 2 or 3 times over their lifetimes. Because in addition to that fast changing, healthcare services are improved and average life expectancy is increased. As also has been emphasized in the objectives of this platform, there are challenges of preparing workforce in coincidence with the market demand. In such condition, in front of education institutions, there is a task of providing flexible education programs that enable students to obtain knowledge and practical skills in relatively shorter time. In the intensive transformational world and fast-changing job market conditions, studying theory-weighted, long-lasting education programs for getting a job will not be rational. Therefore, vocational type education may be more preferable. However, this does not mean that no longer universities will participate in the job market. Vice versa, universities are expected to analyze, forecast the economic trends and labor market changes, develop programs and educate students in accordance with job market requirements. Because universities have been existing for centuries and they are witness of millennial change, universities have expertise to reshape the way of educating society and preparing workforce for economy. Moreover, there is a call to change the age-based education model. Education in terms of job required skill learning. Nowadays, in order to competitive, employees need lifelong learning. In the context of intensive transformation of the world, digitalization has become a key factor, which has also become an instrument of policy implications, and subject of discussions among policymakers. Digitalization is rapidly driving changes in education among other sectors. Nowadays, Industry 4.0 needs education that is appropriate, suitable, and relevant to current industrial revolution. University roles are changed. In addition to their scholastic meaning, today's universities are required to be transformed into an important education factories that are synthesized with real business sector, carry research that lead to innovation. The creation of universities whose functions consist of teaching, research, production, and innovation, and sympathize it with real business sector is required. With the transformation of models, universities are required to alter both how to teach and what to teach. And it's supposed that a sustainable development through digital transformation of the economy and society can only succeed with digital education. However, digital learning means more than just digitalizing traditional instructions materials. Although technological development has reached its highest point and the leading world countries set goals for the transition to a gigabit society by 2025, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused the historical largest disruption of education at all levels. Despite all the changes that are taking place in the wake of digital transformation, the goal of education remains the same. The pandemic has taught that the world is interconnected in all means. To shape a sustainable recovery from this global crisis, multifaceted cooperation among world education institutions and cohesion is more important than before. In this condition, the world is communicating in one language. Hence, graduates as a production of education institutions are demanded to be able to work and compete with peers worldwide. Education institutions should deliver on trend knowledge and skills so that graduates may work worldwide. Education should not be considered in fragment terms. Another factor that should be taken into account in building such globalized education system is humanity, moral of people, and tolerance to human values. We should not be captive of technological advancements which is created and developed by ourselves. Parallel to technological advancements, society faces a range of challenges such as feeding and housing population, healthy living, environment protection, sufficient energy generation, enough clean water supply, global climate change, and other affect all citizens of the globe at regional and global level. Recent research found that educational attainment is associated with better health, personal improvement, and active engagement in public affairs and civil society, as well as enhances employability. Despite all the changes that are taking place in the wake of digital transformation, the global of education remains the same. It enables people to develop as responsible citizens and allow them to participate in social, political, and economic life in a responsible manner. To ensure responsible citizens that have the confidence, knowledge, and skill to participate actively in an increasingly complex society, education is a vital instrument. In order to educate responsible citizens, a more integrative approach is needed. This requires new ways of working and strengthening links and interaction between formal, non-formal, and informal education. I would like to emphasize that education has an important catalyzing role in strengthening society. Social engagement and peace are achieved by intellectually enlightened people. In that sense, the intellectuals of each society are considered as significant agents of social change and creating social peace, following the method of working together with the current intellectuals and also raising the future intellectuals at the same time for the sustainability. Universities are a place that grow intellectuals and provides education for society. Education institutions are places where, along with preparing workforce for economy, human values are also taught. I hope that during the conference, the participants will exchange the best experience, discuss the problems and prospects for the further development of the higher education, professional education system worldwide. I wish all the participants of the conference success and fruitful work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, Dr. Al-Mazbek. Of course, I would like to remind our attendees that you have the chance to ask any questions if you may have in the Q&A box. Sorry if I forgot to mention this in the beginning, whether in our speeches or in the upcoming plenary sessions. If you have any comments, any questions, you are welcome to do so. Of course, as the Dr. Al-Mazbek said, I think the pandemic did remind us how the world is interconnected, how we cannot continue without having one another. And it will be good to share our experiences in this conference as well on how we conquered and overcame those challenges that we've been faced with in those past years. Now, next, I'd like to introduce, unfortunately, it will be a video, not live, but we have a video from Honorary Datuk Seri Dr. Nooreni Ahmed, the Minister of Higher Education in Malaysia. So let us all watch this video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a warm greetings from Malaysia's Ministry of Higher Education. Her Excellency Sheikha Noura Khalifah Al Khalifa, CEO of MedPoint Design, Ministers of Higher Education from various countries, ministry representatives, university presidents, deans, head of departments, professors, academicians, scientists, researchers, consultants, and students. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers, MedPoint and the 9 Training Center for their dedication in organizing the 195 universities virtual conference and for inviting me to deliver my address. This virtual conference is a wonderful initiative to gather high-level speakers to share best practices in higher education, new career path, future science, trending topics, and much more. The objectives of the conference are highly relevant with the current times where the higher education sector faces countless challenges. There is a need for us to examine and address the needs of tomorrow's job. In line with this, I have decided to deliver my address on the topic of sustainable development through quality education. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2016-2030 covers the economic, environmental, and social pillars of sustainable development with a strong focus on equity. There are 17 SDGs in total, and the 4th goal focuses on education to ensure inclusive and equitable quality and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I believe education is linked to almost all SDGs in one way or another, because education is the bedrock of sustainable development. The achievement of SDGs require collective effort, particularly from those in higher education sector. Academics at higher education institutions conduct research, transfer new knowledge, skills, as well as technologies to students, communities, and industries. Together, the HEI community acts as a change agent that plays a significant role in implementing sustainable development strategies. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, several years ago, we were told to get prepared for the 4th industrial revolution. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, we were forced to pick up the pace. In Malaysia, a specific policy known as the IR 4.0 national policy has been designed. This policy outlines key areas of focus that affect students, businesses, and the government. It supports growth opportunities and addresses the risks that arise from IR 4.0. And in line with this, we at the Ministry of Higher Education acknowledge that there are opportunities for digital and electronic information innovation in every sector, including education and economy. When the pandemic struck and the first movement control order was enforced. When the pandemic struck and the first movement control order was enforced on the 18th of March 2020 in my country, we at the ministry realized that digital education must be immediately executed to ensure the continuation of classes. Since then, the HEI community has improved their mastery of utilizing digital technology, which is the emphasis of IR 4.0. This has stimulated the development of e-learning modes, such as massive open online courses, which can be taken by any interested persons at their own convenience. Assessment tools have also been created and used to aid lecturers in conducting their classes. Aside from that, learning management systems have been utilized to organize teaching materials, document assessments, and tasks. This facilitates the planning and management of courses at their own given time. The improved understanding in digital technology has shown our youth the importance of gaining the latest knowledge, skills, and technology that will accelerate the digitalization process. According to the Future Job Survey, World Economic Forum 2020, jobs with the highest demands in 2021 rely on digital capabilities, including software development, data analytics, digital marketing, and graphic design. Skill sets such as critical thinking, problem solving, ICT infrastructure development, network innovation, and technology solutions are deemed important. I believe that to develop graduates with the skill sets required by the job market, we must first begin the assessment of future needs. Therefore, Malaysia has developed a digital economy blueprint where it is projected that by 2025, the digital economy will create 500,000 job opportunities for our labor market, and it is estimated that 875,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises will adopt digital e-commerce. In order to achieve this goal, we need to produce digital talents who have scientific knowledge and technological abilities by leveraging on 5G, cloud computing, big data analytics, and artificial intelligence to pave the way for more development in the digital economy. For education to be truly effective, it is important to break down from the traditional teaching method of chalk and talk. We must empower students and be prepared to listen to their feedback and ideas. MOHI has been organizing meetings for Malaysia's National Students Representative Council since 1999. It is a platform for student leaders to table out ideas to the nation's leaders that can contribute towards the country's development agenda. This method has proven to be effective for sustainable development of the country. Many of the students' proposals have been successfully accepted for implementations based on their appropriateness and needs of the current times. Among them were the improvement in the quality of internet access to facilitate effective implementation of online teaching and learning activities, and the implementation of the reskilling and upskilling career advancement program, which we refer to as Penjana KPT CAP. Another method of ensuring sustainable development through quality education is by allowing flexible and innovative methods of providing education. In the era of vast technological advances, those who have joined the workforce may need to reskill, upskill, or gain new knowledge altogether. We are aware that the schedule of working adults does not fit traditional methods or class times. Hence, allowances must be made. In Malaysia, there are opportunities for non-traditional or alternative admission pathways into the Malaysia higher education system. We have a national policy known as Accreditation of Prior Experiential Learning for admission purposes. Based on APEL, working adults can gain admission into universities by leveraging their prior learning experiences. They can also use their experiences to earn credits in order to shorten their study duration. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, essentially providing quality education for sustainable development involves collaborations between academia, industries, the government, and the community. We call this the quadruple helix model. It encourages synergistic relationships between the four parties. We have had ample success through the implementation of this model in Malaysia. For instance, the ministry has established partnerships with organizations such as Huawei and Intel, where our local graduates undergo internship programs. They stand a chance to get directly absorbed into the industries without the need of additional training. These kind of collaborations have done well in addressing the challenges of graduate employability. Members of the higher education sector must acknowledge that they cannot be comfortable with the advances that have been made. There will always be new problems to address and issues to resolve, especially in the age of the pandemic. Nevertheless, we have to hold firm to the idea that many issues can be addressed through quality education. I hope everyone will have fruitful discussions and a wonderful time at this conference. I am certain that when great minds come together, we can overcome our challenges through synergistic ways. There is a proverb in my native language, Bahasa Malaysia, bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita roboh, which translate to together we stand, divided we fall. Echoing this proverb, let's work together to ensure sustainable development through quality education. And with that, I thank you very much.
Of course, special thanks goes to Honorary Datuk Seri Dr. Noorani Ahmed, Minister of Higher Education of Malaysia, for this very informative talk. And I do hope so as well, to overcome the challenges of our day in order to get the most of higher education. Now, a special thanks to all our ministers, of course, in higher and vocational training. And I would like to leave the mic to Her Excellency Sheikh Noura bint Khalifa Al Khalifa, the Chairman and CEO of Midpoint, for her special thanks.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and thanks to all the ministers who joined us for the first day panel and their amazing speech. I would like to thank again His Excellency Dr. Majid bin Ali Naimi, the Minister of Education of Bahrain, and also His Excellency Dr. Nabil Mohammed Ahmed, Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research on Djibouti, and also His Excellency Dr. Al-Mazbek, former Ministers of Education and Science of Kyrgyz Republic, and the Ambassador of Kyrgyz Republic in Geneva as well, for participating. And also, I would like to thank the Honorable Dr. Noorani Ahmed, Minister of Higher Education on Malaysia. And also, I would like to thank the minister that they will join us for the upcoming 4 days for their panel discussions. His Excellency Mr. Hussein Ibrahim Al-Hamadi, the Cabinet Member and Minister of Education of UAE, and also His Excellency Dr. Tariq Shawqi, the Minister of Education and Technology Education on Egypt, and also His Excellency Dr. Gibu Mooni, the Minister of Education of Bangladesh, His Excellency Isawi Faraj, the Minister of Regional Corporations of Israel, and also His Excellency Professor Alfa Tijan Wiri, Minister of Technology and Higher Education in Sierra Leone. I also would like to thank special thanks to Minister of Higher Education in Jordan, Oman, and Iraq for their nominations, for the panel discussions, for the undersecretaries and the consultants that they will join us during the 4 coming days. And also special thanks to our platinum sponsor, American University, RCSI, and also Kingdom University, Bahrain, and our gold sponsors, Ahliya University. So thank you so much all. Without all of you, I would not be able to do this amazing gathering and amazing event. And I hope, please, for all the audience who's joining us, please join us for the upcoming panel discussions as well.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your vote of thanks. Of course, as Sheikh Noura mentioned, this forum would not have been possible without the participation of everyone here. And I think I would like to thank you all for joining the first part. And now we're going to have a break and we're going to reconvene with our speakers and our 2 panel discussions at 12:30. So thank you all for being here. It was a great honor to have hosted this amazing group of people and ministers, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much once again, and we'll see you at 12:30.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. It's good to have you back with us here. It is 12:30, and as promised, we're going to continue with our conference. And okay, so our next speaker, Mr. William, is here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us once again in the 195 Educational Forum. Now, we're going to discuss the new educational methodologies, such as educational technology, teaching methods, online training, trending, and educational management systems. And to discuss that, we have our speaker from the American University of Bahrain, Mr. William D. Hurt, the Chief Operating Officer of the American University of Bahrain. Mr. William, it's very good to have you here with us today. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate it. And for those of you who are expecting Dr. Saxton, our founding president, unfortunately, she was unable to make it today, so I'm stepping in on her behalf. But thank you so much for inviting us to speak about this topic. It's obviously a pretty big topic. I'm sure we all have our own opinions on, but I'll do my best to share our thoughts as an institution. So I think during the COVID era, we all found ourselves living in that well-known proverb that necessity is the mother of invention. And for some institutions, it wasn't just invention, it was kind of forced entry into the 21st century. Many institutions have been operating a very traditional model for many years. Sometimes you see that separated by geography. And so when the COVID era came, it was time to make the investment to use the platforms that some other forward-thinking institutions maybe have been using for quite some time. And according to UNESCO, in March of 2020, and this is a staggering statistic, 1.5 billion students around the world were engaged in remote learning at the height of the pandemic. That's 91% of the global student population. So when you think about that staggering statistic and you kind of consider the diversity that that statistic represents, and the sometimes inadequate resources that are available to some of the populations in that geography, you understand that the requirement to be pushed into the 21st century and to create these different learning spaces was there. It wasn't just an option. It was something that everyone had to focus on if they wanted to continue with their mission as an institution, whether it was K-12 or, of course, higher education in our context. So what we saw, if you looked at the literature, students using any kind of device that they had access to access their learning materials, their resources, whether it was a smartphone, a tablet, maybe some were lucky enough to have a laptop at home, to try and connect to their educators and to their learning content. And of course, you saw on the other side, educators trying to explore and create new approaches and different teaching strategies and delivery methodologies, and trying to be as creative and engaging as they possibly could in the circumstance where that traditional face-to-face delivery just simply wasn't possible. Now in Bahrain, we were lucky. We saw the pandemic coming, and so a lot of institutions here had, I think, the foresight to start that plan, whereas some institutions had it forced upon them in a very short period of time. But because we saw the pandemic coming, I think we were kind of in a lucky situation, as strange as that sounds, being in the Middle East and having the great leadership that we do in the country to kind of warn us about the changes that were going to be upcoming. Now, that's not to say that all this planning didn't require quite a bit of trial and error. We've seen educators exploring these different methodologies like synchronous or asynchronous learning, trying to figure out which one works for their student populations. Proctoring on assessments had to be changed significantly. Even attendance and the systems we use to capture that attendance and the philosophies that we apply to that attendance. What does this actually mean to attend a course had to change. And so you had the students connecting, the faculty and the educators trying to be as creative as possible. All at the same time, all these tech companies working on their products, fine-tuning what they were offering to try and respond to this booming audience, which required things like video conferencing, content sharing, the ability for students to retrieve materials ways for students and faculty to engage clearly, and upgrade technologies like AI and kind of other related things that they were using to cater to students taking exams from home, all right, to protect that process. So we saw Amazon, Microsoft, Zoom, Google, all these big tech players launch and fine-tune their products and sped up research and development to cater to these millions of customers that were kind of sitting in an unprecedented reality that they were facing. And in the past, some of these companies hadn't really focused on this technical aided, IT aided instructional delivery. Zoom was corporate market primarily, and then all of a sudden they had millions of customers demanding some sort of educational support through that platform. And there was an article from Microsoft early 2020, I think it was Q2, and the title was, they saw 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months. That's an equally staggering statistic, when you think about it against the number of students who are doing some sort of remote learning. These companies accelerated to build a product, and they understood that it wasn't just for the short term, but actually this was a shift in the way that they wanted to provide these products to universities that will outlast the pandemic. So now we're sitting here, economic, social disruption the pandemic has caused. People across the globe are relying on these technologies, of course, not only for education, but also for work. Medical institutions have adopted a lot of these technologies. Government services have gone digital in a lot of ways. And of course, social connections. I'm not sure for all of you, but for me, at least, when I schedule a meeting, the first question is Zoom or Teams, which never happened before, but now is the reality for pretty much every organization across the globe. And so you see telecom, all these education tech companies adapting their services to kind of reduce the cost that institutions have to spend to acquire them, but also heighten engagement and offer access to these educational resources. So now we jump ahead to 2021, where we are today. And we have students who have now started to kind of resume some of the traditional face-to-face learning at their institutions, in some cases full-time or in a hybrid modality. For our students at AUBH, we're continuing to use a hybrid, what we call dual modality learning experience, something that the students are kind of used to now after the last year. And we've given them this flexibility in the way that they consume the content that we're providing to them in the institution. And we've seen kind of a shift in the way that students view the university and the way that they connect with their faculty and their peers. So for example, because we have this dual modality, our classes can be attended online or face-to-face at the same time. And we've seen the use of our physical infrastructure in the campus change. We have students who are taking classes online from the library. Not usually the use for a library, but they've created this new learning environment for themselves, which we think is just a great form of creativity for our students. But we also have students who have joined the university during the COVID era and simply needed to learn how to retake exams in a face-to-face setting because all of their university exams had been during the COVID era. Strange to us, but we realized we had to explain to students how these exams would actually be proctored in that face-to-face environment. We even had students who hadn't been to our campus, who had been taking classes with us during the pandemic fully online and hadn't visited the campus. So very different operating environment than what we were used to. But now, since us and other universities have spent all of this time and energy as educational experts, instructional designers, faculty, technology staff at universities, we focused on a number of different areas. And a couple of those areas, I think are incredibly important, like the ease of user interfaces in learning platforms. So we as an institution asked ourselves, how can we make this digital environment at the university easier to navigate? So not only are we putting more content online, but we also need to understand how students are accessing that content, whether it's a class or whether it's a library resource. How can we make that easier and more seamless for the student? We invested a significant amount of money in our student portal, as an example, so that our students have one place to go click on one link to get into a class, click on another link to access research material from our librarians. We also had to think about educator training and adapting new skills for our faculty. What does faculty development look like now? How does this kind of new operating reality impact our existing faculty? And what do we now look at with new faculty who are coming into the institution as it grows and continues to be more tech-oriented? Does that change the profile of the people that we want? Does it require us to invest more money into making sure the people that we do have are comfortable and effective in these new modalities? Of course, we also had to think about course material. We have some experience on our team with online universities, and when you design a course to be online, it's very different than designing that course to be face-to-face. And so how do we design these course materials to work on both sides, on a face-to-face environment and maybe in an online environment? So what changes to content do we need to make to ensure that it remains kind of engaging regardless of this modality? And again, does this require further investment and specialized expertise being part of our team at all times at the institution? And the next one, I think everybody thought about this, innovation to excite students who are sitting behind a screen for a great part of their day. When you're sitting there looking at a PowerPoint and hearing a faculty member speak to you, and you're doing that for hours and hours on end, it can be not very engaging. It can be pretty boring for a lot of our students. So we asked ourselves, how do you move beyond the screen to provide some learning opportunities in that third dimension? And for us, we found little things that we could do to make it a bit more engaging, like we shipped materials to students so that they could complete their physical labs at home in addition to their online simulations. We found this to be a pretty effective tool at a very minimal cost. You're paying for these consumables anyway at the university, and so all you had to do is distribute them to your students. And so we found that to be a good, what we call third dimension learning opportunity for our students. But regardless of what we did as an institution, there are of course some functional challenges that we had to figure out. Just thinking about the amount of screen time that educators and students were spending on a daily basis, connectivity issues and engagement problems with the class. Maybe the student didn't have the right microphone, maybe their connection was unstable. Even the challenge of isolating with family members in the same home who also have classes and meetings and other activities that are going on in that same space. So we thought about all of this and we tried to adapt the way we operated as a university. I mentioned that students were taking classes online in the library. So maybe we have to think about what the library actually looks like. Maybe it's different today than it was before. Maybe if we're designing a new library in 2022, maybe we have to think about different things than we thought about in maybe 2018 or 2019. Maybe it's no longer just a place to house books and have some collaborative spaces. Maybe you have to have some spaces where students can attend classes online quietly, but still in some form of isolation. So now we're looking at this new type of education, this new level of investment that universities have made. And we have to think about what it looks like, what education looks like after the pandemic. And I think all of you would agree, I would hope, that it really can't return to exactly the same way as it was before. And the decisions that we're making today will have very long-term consequences on the future of education. And so we've created a list of things that we're considering as an institution. Things like continuously emphasizing teacher collaboration and giving our educators at the university the autonomy and the flexibility to connect globally, to share learning resources and best practices. We found that borders are no longer as important as they were before in the way that you're operating a university. If the majority of institutions have invested in similar technologies, not only does that allow you to access content as a student, allow your faculty to deliver that content to students, but it also allows institutions to work together in a much easier way. If both institutions have invested in Teams, there's not a problem with students joining classes in a university 1,000 miles away. We think that's pretty exciting. Faculty sharing. This is another one that we've been thinking about quite a bit. If the border is no longer a requirement and the physical presence of that faculty member on your campus is no longer a requirement, once you remove that hurdle, you can get access to some fantastic faculty who are teaching in far off geographies around a specific area of expertise that they have that otherwise wouldn't be available. It's quite an ask for a faculty member to travel thousands of miles and live in a new place to deliver courses. Well, now we can say we want you to deliver that one course that you have expertise on to our students in this hybrid or dual modality. And we think that's great. Another is promoting students' participation in this process and encouraging students to have a role in the creation of these new learning models. We spent a lot of time asking our students, what do you want? What do you need? What's your opinion? And from that information, we could adapt the way we were operating to make sure that our students were getting exactly what they expected and that the outcomes were matching what we wanted them to be. If a student didn't want to participate in the class because they found one part of that process to be a hindrance, we removed that hindrance as best we could, or gave them strategies to overcome it so that we could continuously deliver the outcomes that everyone expected. Another is protecting and underscoring the importance of physical and social spaces provided by institutions. We are a new university at AUVH. We were opened in 2019. So we built a purpose-built campus, 9 buildings. And if I looked back, I already mentioned this about the library, but if I looked back in the way that we designed our campus, maybe it would be a bit different today if I knew that we were going to make such significant investments in hybrid or dual modality technologies. It could have been maybe just slightly different, and I can't list all of the ways that we would have made it different. But even the physical infrastructure at the campus needs to be thought about in the context of dual modality or hybrid. I think it's definitely worthy of spending some time on. So for us, all of these things have come together, and now we have some great technologies. We use Microsoft Teams as an institution to connect our students and our faculty. But now we're living this culture of care at AUVH, which is a core message we share with our students. And we share this importance of showing up and emphasizing support and collaboration, camaraderie, motivation to learn and succeed. And we found ourselves using that same kind of culture of care, showing up tagline as educators and leaders in the industry, because we've never before had this kind of rebirth of education and this new reality that we're living in. And so we're working to try and shape the teaching and learning experience in a model that's really true to our purpose, which is educating students for a lifetime of success. So that might be different in each of your institutions. That's a little bit about how we've addressed it. I think it requires continued conversation, and I'm very glad that the conferences like this exist to give us a platform to share our experiences. But I'd like to just conclude my remarks by thanking Sheikha Noura Al Khalifa for organizing this conference. We're proud to be a platinum sponsor, and I'm looking forward to participating in the rest of the events today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. William, for your truly very, very valid points in your speech. It was really great to hear from you. Now we're going to move to the research strategy at Kingdom University and its role in the progress of research output. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Nader Al-Bistaki, Vice President for Academic Affairs and Scientific Research from the Kingdom University. Mr. Nader, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. We cannot hear.
Yeah. My microphone. Can you hear me now? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. And I'd like to thank Sheikh, Her Excellency Sheikh Noura Al Khalifa for making, this conference possible, and for all her efforts and her team's effort for making this, the arrangements for this excellent conference. And about our contribution today, or my contribution today, I'm going to focus on a different issue, Bill has just talked about the pandemic and the online teaching. I could have talked about online, how the online or the pandemic and the online communications had affected research, but that wasn't actually in my mind when I prepared this this session or this paper. I'll be talking about the effectiveness of using strategic planning in enhancing research. So let's go to the slides. Try to share the screen. I hope I'll be successful. Share. I hope you can all see this. Yeah.
Yes, it's perfect. Yes.
Okay. So let's start.
The presentation with you.
Yeah. Okay. We started our strategic plan, which is about to get matured and completed this year. We started the plan 5 years ago, and I'm going just to focus on the bit of research within our strategic plan at the university. What was the purpose of our research strategy, and was it successful? So it's just a case study of Kingdom University that I'd like to present here. The issue that we had when we started our research strategy 5 years ago exactly was that we had at that stage, we're a rather new university as well. We started in 2001. The research output was reasonable. We had a ratio of 1 to 1, one publication per faculty member. But the problem was that we tried to, to categorize and to, to pin down was that the two things actually, the quality of the research or the quality of the publications were not as good as we wanted, because most of the publications at that time were in what you might call, in journals that were not indexed very well. The other issue was that the research topics were scattered. There was no focus. So the outcome in the end would not be as good as we wanted. The strategy that we tried to derive at that time was focused on resolving these two issues, to put a number of initiatives that will drive people to going towards higher quality publications and higher quality journals. And the second issue was to make sure that we have research priorities, which are in line with the research priorities of Bahrain, of the Kingdom of Bahrain, the national research priorities, which were defined by HEC. And of course, there are things that keep changing in the world. So we had to keep track of this in our strategic plan, to make sure that we revise the priorities every year and make sure that any new issues that have occurred are being added to the priorities. So this was basically, the purpose of our research strategy at that time, to increase the quality and the quantity of research output, and also to focus all the research efforts on a number of priorities defined by the university. The question would be, will we be successful in achieving these targets? I mean, you might put a strategic plan, which looks very nice, and a research plan, which looks good, but it all depends on people. Are they ready to participate? Because research is conducted by the faculty members in the colleges. If they don't, if we're unable to activate them and to motivate them and to drive them to achieve these goals, then the top management cannot do much. So it all depends on the individuals in the colleges. So that was really the big challenge, and this was perhaps the main driver for preparing this presentation. So the purpose of this research work is mainly qualitative to see what were the outcomes, what were the efforts that we did to make sure that the strategic plan was actually, or the research strategy was actually adopted by everyone, by all faculty members, by all colleges, and the outcomes, to make sure that the outcomes were really achieved. The research strategy that we developed in 2017 focused on 3 initiatives. The initiatives were aiming at supporting the faculty members or the researchers. So the first initiative was to develop a research grant process in which all faculty members or all researchers can apply for a funding, and it goes through a process of approval, and eventually they get their fund. This will help them to do their research. And the second initiative was to, as I said, to identify the main priorities which are in line with the local research priorities, as well as also which takes into consideration international priorities as well. And the fact that we need also to revise this annually, that was the second initiative. And the third initiative was the outcomes, to put a set of measures to make sure that we're actually annually measuring, to make sure that the outcomes are being achieved. And if we focus on this, on the right side of this slide, and this slide shows the priorities that were developed by each college based on the priorities which were actually set by the university. So let's focus on the priorities set by the university, or Kingdom University in Bahrain. Sustainability and sustainable buildings, that was number 1. Entrepreneurship, number 2. Artificial intelligence, 3. Fintech. Artificial intelligence and fintech were not there in 2017. We added them during our review processes in subsequent years. Women's rights, and COVID-19. Of course, COVID-19 was added just 2 years ago when the pandemic started. So the priorities were a dynamic thing. We kept revising and adding the priorities. Before I show you the outcome and what were the results, we had to use a number of tools to make sure that the faculty members and the colleges are actually all on board. And they're all participating in this process. We developed an operational plan for the strategy that made sure that every college and individual is being involved in the process of research grants and research incentives. We developed a research incentive system by which we covered all the costs of any paper that was published, as well as cost of attending conferences, international conferences, as well as regional and local conferences. So that was one incentive. We also, another incentive was that if you publish in a well-established journal, then you get, a financial award at the end. The second point was we asked every college to give us an annual research plan, and then we followed them up every semester to make sure that the plan is being executed properly. The third issue was tool was to monitor everything by what we might call the governing body of research in the university. So we established a governing body, which consisted of the research council, headed by the vice president and by the heads or the representatives from each college. And we had a research unit that did the executive work. So the research council and the research unit actually followed thoroughly the colleges to make sure that the plans were conducted and executed. Also, the vice president's office also monitored on a personal basis through the deans of the colleges to make sure that they're also conducting and supervising research. We also introduced the Best Researcher Award, 4 categories. So annually we select the best researchers based on a number of criteria. And finally, we started holding since 2017 an annual research gathering in which all faculty members from all colleges sit together and we present the research outcomes and talk about the research priorities and discuss all research issues. So this was also another tool that was useful. So before I conclude, these are actually the outcomes. The first thing to show is the development of in terms of the number of publications. This was only for the colleges of business and architecture and engineering, because on this chart is showing the growth of Scopus indexed papers. As we can see, before 2017, the publications were there, but they were not in Scopus Index journal. So we adopted Scopus as our standard. So for your research to be counted, you must publish in journals indexed by Scopus or ISI and other established international databases. So before 2017, most of the papers were in predatory journals or journals which were not really in well-indexed institutions. We can see that there was a gradual and a sharp growth in the research output just by these 2 colleges. And we're talking about a faculty size of about less than 30, we're talking about 25 to 30. So these are not cumulative or accumulated values. These are annual values. So the number of papers published in 2021 up to now is 56. So this is not the totals, just this year, by these 2 colleges. In 2020, for example, we had 47. I think this is a good indicator that our efforts have shown some good fruits, and that the research strategy and the reinforcement of the research strategy with the thorough follow-up has begun to give us some good results. And we're really happy about this. But even within Scopus or ISI, there are also variations in qualities. So during our research gatherings and other meetings, we started telling everyone that you must publish on well-established journals, at least minimum to be on Scopus, but that's not good enough. You must move up the ladder by selecting journals that are in Q1 and Q2, because on Scopus and ISI and other databases, you have these categories available. So you can see journals that are the top journals are within Q1, the top quartile. So you have 4 quartiles. So Q1 represents the top 25%. As you can see, in 2017, we started. The black bar is actually the Scopus Q1 journals. So the number of Q1 journals, the papers published in Q1 was very small the first 2 years, less than 5. But then, as we kept telling people that you must select better journals, with the incentives and with the pressure, people started responding, and now they can see the fruits, because when you publish in Q1 journals, you get much higher citations, and everybody is happy. Actually, they're all smiling. Initially, they were resistant because they're saying it's more difficult, you get more rejections, and that's true. But once you have it, once you achieve it, even as an individual, you'll be very happy because you get much more citations. So Q1 and Q2, Q2 is also of high ranking. The red bars are Q2. So as we can see, we've gone up the quality level as well. So not only the quantity, we have a minimum quantity, which is Scopus index journals, but also within Scopus index journals, we've moved up the ladder. And it was a gradual process, as we can see here. And we, in the university or the management here, we consider this as a good result and a successful result. And I hope that we can continue along this line. Now we're asking the faculty members within the different colleges to focus, in addition to this, on the specialized ranking databases. For example, the ABS or the CAPS for the Association of Business Schools in UK, or ABCD in Australia, which are more specialized for business journals, for example. So this will become now our basic standard, but then we'll add additional standards. And we're doing this gradually, so people can actually adapt gradually and then adopt the new scheme. Finally, in terms of results, as I said, we initially, before 2017, before we started our current strategy, the works were all scattered in all lines. So once we set the research priorities and we had everybody involved in discussing these priorities during our annual research gatherings, people actually got excited, and we won them all on board, and they started publishing. Of course, they're also still publishing outside these areas, but we have a good number of papers, or reasonable number of papers, in areas of priorities that we've set. And these are all Scopus-based journals in these 2 colleges. As you can see, even the COVID-19 we have, which is a very recent issue, we have about 12 papers already published. FinTech, artificial intelligence, all these are actually newly added. So I think we're doing reasonably well. And as a result, as a conclusion, I would say that if you set a sound strategy with a clear vision and support it with a strong leadership follow-up, whether it's the top or middle or lower leadership, from the top management or the deanship or the department chairs, plus giving people incentives and support. Before doing this, if you don't follow, we notice that with our people, at least at King's University, if you don't follow people thoroughly and chase them through all these schemes, it's not likely that you're going to get the results we've obtained here. So I think we feel we were successful to a reasonable extent because there was a continuous and thorough follow-up. So a strategy with a strong support and follow-up can result in good results. Thank you very much.
Professor Nader Al-Bistaghi, thank you very much. And what an amazing way to sum up the presentation, as you said, strategy, leadership, and follow-up. Congratulations on your very impressive results and outputs in the field of research. And this is the exact reason why we have such forums and conferences, so that we can all learn from each other's experiences. So thank you very much, Professor Nader, for your time and for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Now, we would like to move on to our first plenary session for the day. We're going to discuss sustainability. We have 6 esteemed speakers here with us. I'd like to introduce each and every one, and then we're gonna dig deeper into the topic and start our Q&A sessions and discussions. And of course, as I said, anyone who has any question for any of the speakers, you're more than welcome to write it in the Q&A chat box. Today, I'm so happy to welcome Professor Abdullah Yusuf Abdul Wahab Al-Hawaj, the founding president of Ahliya University. We have Mr. Stephen Harrison Merrifield, the COO of RCSI Bahrain. Mr. William D. Hurt, the chief operating officer of American University of Bahrain. We're welcoming him once again in our plenary session. Dr. Horatius Jackie Williams, the president of Kavala International University. And Dr. Beatrice Bishkov, a member of the board of Trustees of the Kavala International University. And last but not least, Dr. Hassan Al-Mullah, President of the University of Technology, Bahrain. Of course, I am honored to be hosting this plenary session, and I would like to start by welcoming Professor Abdullah Abdul Wahab Al-Hawaj. Hello, Professor Abdullah. It's good to have you here with us today. Can you hear us clearly? I think Professor Abdullah was here. I can see that it is unmuted, but I unfortunately cannot hear anything. Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes. Hello, now we can hear you. We cannot see you though.
My camera's on. I can see myself.
I can see you, Stephen.
Is
that?
I don't know. Does everyone else? Is it me? Check.
We cannot see him now.
Okay, so Professor Abdullah, maybe you can, I don't know, sign out, sign in again or something? Because unfortunately we cannot see.
He will be joining shortly.
Sarah, can you see me okay?
I still cannot see you. Abu Bakr or our organizers. Can you see him?
Professor Abdullah will join shortly. He has a technical.
Okay. Okay then. If I may, is Mr. Stephen Harrison here with us and ready, good to go?
I am here, yeah.
Hello. So we're going to start with you then. Welcome. It's good to have you here with us today. And then we're going to continue with Professor Abdullah once he's here. Mr. Stephen, if you can just start by introducing your university and yourself very briefly, and then we want to dig deeper into bridging the international boundaries through collaborative research contributions across borders. As we said, the world is interconnected nowadays, and of course, the collaborative research is essential to bridge the international boundaries. So if you can talk about that.
Of course, yeah, no problem.
Sure, you can go ahead.
Now, sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Stephen Harrison-Murfield. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for RCSI Bahrain. RCSI Bahrain was established in 2004 and is a specialist healthcare educator. We have some 1,500 students studying across medicine and nursing with a small cohort of postgraduate students. In terms of the bridging of international boundaries through collaborative research, we find this is a critical part of our educational offering. We have a number of research projects which are ongoing at the moment, including collaborations with colleagues in South Africa, which focuses on research into the use of steroids. Also with the University of Hull in the UK, which is around comparing the populations, the United Kingdom population with the Bahrain population in regards to kind of profiles on diabetes and prevalence of diabetes. We're also working with Harvard and the Max Planck Institute in Munich around stem cell research, which is our latest area of interest, and it's where we are significantly investing at the moment. For ourselves, it's vitally important that we collaborate with international partners because A, it accelerates our learning. B, it brings in the know-how to Bahrain and to ourselves as an institution. Yeah. But I guess most importantly, it's the research of today that becomes the academic curricula of tomorrow. So it's a very critical area for us to focus on, and something that we find incredibly useful. It also helps us enormously with the fact that we attract 65% of our students from abroad. So 65% of our medicine students are international. So having these international collaborations not only kind of helps us to understand what's going on in our partner country, our partners' home countries, but also helps us to get our name out there in the market as well.
Okay, that is amazing, and indeed it is very essential, and especially in your university in the medical research. Now, Mr. Stephen, is technology and digital transformation a must or a good to have to survive the new normal and become more sustainable?
I think probably technology, actually not probably, definitely technology has become an essential part of life, never mind education. If you look at our experiences over the last 2 years with the COVID pandemic, what you've seen is a number of people who wanted to kind of push boundaries in terms of what we use what we use technology for in education, have suddenly been given a platform where it's not nice to have, but it's an absolute essential. And one of the things that we're seeing here at RCSI and you know, we're hearing of from research across the world is the big didactic lectures of the past, where you have 200-300 students sitting in a lecture hall listening to one individual talk to them for the front, and it's very much one direction in terms of the way that the communication is going, are really becoming things of a past. They will still continue for certain aspects. Conferences and things like that are really good, but in terms of enriched engagement through an educational offering, technology is facilitating a whole new way of looking at things. So one of the things that we've seen is those large didactic lectures are now recorded. So students can watch them 100 times if they want to, and you know, they don't have just that one chance to capture the information, and they have as many times as they want to watch it. And that then leaves us time within our timetable to be able to scheduling much more kind of engagement-led education, which again, to some extent, is facilitated by online technology. One of the areas that we found very interesting, or actually a growth area over the pandemic and previous to it as well, is simulated teaching. How we can get our students in simulated hospital wards. For example, on the obs and gynae side of things, we have mannequins that would deliver a baby and give access and the experience to our students that they certainly through the pandemic have not been able to get, because we haven't been able to get access to the hospitals because of dealing with pandemic. So is technology and digital transformation here to stay? Absolutely. Will it grow? I've got no doubt whatsoever.
So if I may extend on that question and ask about how you overcame that challenge of not being able to have the on-ground simulations, especially in the medical field.
Well, I guess so in the medical field, both in medicine and nursing, 50 to 75% of our curriculum is taught in the hospitals. And when all of a sudden hospitals are no longer available to us because of the pandemic, the restrictions that are there, then you have to find new and innovative ways of doing that. So we've had virtual rounds. So for example, our clinicians who are working in the hospitals have been followed around. I'll say they've been followed around by cameras, which makes it sound slightly dramatic. It isn't quite that significant and imposing, but they've been able to talk to our students online from that perspective. But in terms of simulation, we've been able to use the simulation facilities at the Crown Prince Simulation Centre at the BDF. And we've also developed our simulation functions here as well, which has meant that we've been able to bring students into a very safe, healthy and controlled environment, but they've been able to use simulated models or simulated actors who are replicating disease profiles in order to be able to teach them, and them not missing out on both the educational piece, but also the human interaction piece as well, which is really critical for healthcare professionals.
Again, so technology was extremely essential in that.
Absolutely, yeah.
And moving the conversation to renewable energy, if I may ask, how can universities benefit from renewable energy in its operations?
So from I guess different universities will have different views and impacts on this. If we were an engineering university, then renewable energy would perhaps be one of the things that's in the curriculum and being driven forward. Obviously, as a healthcare educator, our focus on renewable energy is around the efficient operation of the university itself. So we are now in the final stages of implementing a solar farm here on the campus, which will generate around 60% of the electricity that we need to successfully run the university. There's a number of great benefits from that. One is that the solar farm will actually be based on the car parks and provide undercover car parking shade for our staff and students, which is fantastic in itself. But the notion that we're able to almost become self-sufficient in terms of renewable energy and generating our own electricity is a major step forward. There's a financial benefit, but I think there's an ethical and moral benefit in terms of it puts us in the right place and where we should be.
Well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we move to Mr. William?
I'd just like to say thank you to Her Excellency Sheikha Noura for organising the conference. It's a pleasure to be part of it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. Now, Mr. William, we've discussed a few topics on your session, and now we want to ask you about the importance of collaborative research in order to bridge the international boundaries.
Yeah, sure. A lot of the things that Stephen was talking about, is very similar to what we're trying to accomplish at the university. Now, we're a new university. As I mentioned, we were founded in 2019. But collaboration on research in a lot of other areas is something that we're focused on. Some of you may have heard we've launched a relationship with the California State University, Northridge. That's a $7 billion budget a year for the CSU network. They do an extensive amount of research. Research that an institution like us would not be able to do. I'll just put it that way, right? They have some great minds in the CSU network. They have almost 500,000 students in 23 different campuses. So the opportunity for us to put our students and put our faculty into research projects that are going on in that system, and specifically in their Northridge campus, is incredibly impactful. And it creates these opportunities that, again, we wouldn't be able to have at an institution here in Bahrain. We're not anticipating having 500,000 students in our campus in Rafah. So, this is something that we're focused on. But it's because of the pandemic, it's even become a bit easier for us to do this. We accelerated our research conference. What was our second year of operation, and we held a research conference with 19 different countries participating for educators to share their insight into the way they've actually adapted their teaching methodologies. And it was a very successful conference. We had a lot of ideas shared. Our faculty were able to meet with faculty that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to meet with. And we had hundreds and hundreds of people participate in it. I'm sure maybe some of the people on the call participated in that conference. And so this new technology I spoke about that we've invested in has allowed us to connect across borders. And so that's something that I never want to see disappear, because we all know managing research budgets, travel budgets at an institution is a challenge. And so nobody wants to be spending money on airlines if we don't
see the
have
returns.
Yeah. So I think it's a huge thing that's important for a university. And I think now it's become significantly easier and less expensive to do those cross-globe collaborations.
I mean, nowadays with the technology, a lot of people, as you said, are hesitant to spend on travel and go all the way. So what is the importance of technology and the digital transformation, as you said, the new technology that you adopted? And is it a must, again, to survive? And as you explained, how students use the library as a new online platform. So where does digital transformation play a role in this?
Well, I think digital transformation is one of those things that's been going on for quite a long time in higher education. I mean, the first online universities were launched in the 90s. And some of these large institutions like Roehampton and Liverpool and Walden, which is online in the US, they've been incredibly successful in attracting international students, very diverse backgrounds, to gain an education that they otherwise wouldn't be able to gain. And I think when you look at the technology investments that have been made, you're talking about sustainability and sustainability of revenue and where that revenue actually comes from. The institutions that are really smart and moving forward in the right way are looking at revenue sources that are outside of their traditional market for a face-to-face type education, right? As I mentioned, we had some students who hadn't even been to our campus who were enrolled with us for a year. We had some students who were stuck in Saudi because of the causeway closures and things of that nature. And so in order for us to achieve this sustainability, we need to look at the technology that we've invested in and use it to our advantage, right? And use it to the advantage of the students as well. And the institutions that continue to define their student base as those who are within a specific geography around them are the institutions that will probably have a hard time with sustainability. If I can go to a #1 rated program somewhere in the world and I don't have to spend time traveling and rebuild my life in a different country or whatever the case may be, that's what I'm going to do, right? That's what I'm going to do. It's as simple as that. I'm going to vote with my dollars, and I'm going to spend my tuition dollars in a way that's more advantageous to me as a student. So I think you have to be really aware of that and redefine your market a bit.
Yeah. Well, Mr. William, now in our universities, how can we develop new programs, majors, and plans that encourage changes in knowledge, skills, and attitudes to enable a more sustainable world and support a more sustainable life?
So there's the concept of programs and majors, and these are really big things that you need to invest in. Creating a new major is a much bigger task than creating maybe a new course. And so, we've been looking at not only the verticals of programs that are being offered underneath our colleges, but what we call the horizontal cuts that go across those programs. Because the concept of sustainability can apply in really any degree program that you're talking about. Maybe the way we look at it, instead of creating these new majors, is to create courses. Maybe there are 3 electives that students have to take in order to have a pathway for sustainability or have an understanding of entrepreneurship or something like that, that goes across all of the STEM and the more traditional academic programs. So this is what we're doing. I mean, we're just keeping sustainability and the creation of these programs at kind of top of mind. We do a lot with the sustainable goals, the 17 SDGs from the UN. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with them. Alternative energy is one of the 17 goals. But if we look at this across all of our programs, we are a heavily STEM-based institution. We just need to make sure that students have critical soft skills, problem solving, creativity, technology skills, all of these things that are going to be equip them to be adaptable. We might do a degree in AI today, but tomorrow it might be something completely different. So, it's really about setting them up in an undergraduate perspective, that they're aware of all of these things that are going on, that they're exposed to these ideas, and that when they graduate, that piece of paper that they receive isn't just a measure of their knowledge, but a measure of their ability to be adaptable and succeed in the future, whatever that future might look like. So this is the way we approach it.
Exactly. That's a very nice way to put it. Thank you very much, Mr. William. Is there anything else you'd like to add before moving on back to Mr. Abdullah Hawaj?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you so much for letting me be part of this panel discussion.
Thank you, Mr. William. Now we'd like to welcome again Professor Abdullah Hawaj. I think I can see you now. Let's hope we can hear you. Hope everything's fine.
نعم.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Abdullah. Professor, it's very good to have you here with us today. Professor Abdullah, we'd like to discuss the role of higher and vocational education in the economy and development. If we can talk about that, please.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this very important conference, of course. And I was really enlightened by a lot of information since the morning. I always believe that higher education and even vocational training or education is a very important part in the economy. And for Bahrain, mainly since Bahrain 2030 vision wanted Bahrain to be the country of skilled and the country of excellent services. I cannot see a better or more excellent services than higher education and vocational education. And for this reason, I think having quality education must be or will lead to the education being a very, very important part of our economy. And alhamdulillah, that this is also what the government believes, So I have listened so many times to the directives of His Majesty the King of Bahrain and His Royal Highness the Prime Minister of Bahrain. And they all make sure that education has a priority. In fact, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister of Bahrain, have said many times when he talked about the 3 pillars of the future, the 3 pillars are the education, the economy, and the market, of course, the needs, And when he was asked as to prioritize things, he said education first, and education second, and education third. That's the priority. And the Vision 2030, or the economy of the future of Bahrain, to make sure excellent education and to make Bahrain a hub for excellent education, so the education will play a very important part in the economy of Bahrain. And I believe, that this is the future, Okay, we have been in the last probably half a century or more are relying 100% or more on the oil and probably some countries and the other minerals, but all of these are going to be replaced one day, or maybe they will even go, except what you invest in education. What you invest in higher education, the more you invest is the more you can use it. So for this reason, I just want to give the examples of some countries which I was really impressed by. I have been to Australia about 10 years ago, and I was impressed by, they have a minister who's responsible for the expatriate students. It's called Minister of International Students, And I found that the external education brings to Australia more than $50 billion, and sometimes even more at one time. And because of the pandemic lately, it's reduced little, but it did not change a lot. When you go to the United States of America, you have the same thing also, you know. So this is a very important to give these examples. In the United Kingdom, more than 40 billion comes from international education. For this reason, a country like Bahrain, which is a very welcoming country, you know, Bahrain has a very high rates when it comes to expatriates living in Bahrain. And we used to have a very old say in the Arab region, whoever drinks from the Nile in Egypt must visit Egypt again and love to visit Egypt. Now it have changed. Whoever eats the Aish of Bahrain, you know, must come back to Bahrain. You know, Bahrain is a very welcoming, warm country. Expatriates feel really that they are a part and integrate in the country. And this is a great invitation for international education in Bahrain. And now, alhamdulillah, in Bahrain, we have a very, very excellent system of higher education. We have great universities. Some universities are even competing with the universities who were there for the last 200 or 300 years. You know, I give an example. My university, Ahliya University, in quality of education, we were rated 13th in the world by the Times Higher Education Impact, you know, for 2021. And this is a very, very important, you know, for a small university like us, only 20 years old, to be ranked 13, you know, among 1,500 universities which being evaluated. So it's very important that higher education and vocational education and training is very important. I always said, we have invested so much in technology, but I don't think we invested enough in those who are going to use technology. So we must invest more in higher education. We must invest more in vocational education and training. And that's how we want to make sure that it represents a great part of our economy. We can make Bahrain, you know, we have now in Bahrain more than 15 private universities, and we have about 3 government universities. And some of these universities are really now ranked worldwide. We have received all the accreditation, and some of us received international accreditation. Ahliya University recently got the ABET accreditation for the College of Information Technology, and we are very close to get the AACSB accreditation for the College of Business. And locally, of course, we are accredited, and we've been having very good ranks using whether it was the NQF, the National Qualification Framework, or the Quality of Education. This is all an invitation for people to come and study in Bahrain. And I must say to you, you know, okay, the pandemic, when it came, it was really a shock for all of us. But I must tell you very clearly that we have really succeeded. Bahrain have succeeded, really. It has a great infrastructure. We have invested really properly in the technology, in the information technology. So we have converted within hours from the face-to-face teaching and education to the virtual teaching and education. And I always said, you know, higher education been going on for the last 200 or 300 years without a lot of changes. It's time now for a revolution in higher education. And it's time also, and it's really important, to help the less fortunate, the poor countries, you know, countries, whether it's in Africa or countries where they have less fortune than us. And that have to be a very, very important. I wanted to tell the whether it's the United Nations, the UNESCO, or even the agencies for ranking university, that this part should be one of the indicators for the good university and sustainable universities. How much do we give for the less fortunate? How much do we give for the poorer? And as an example, in Bahrain, Ahliya University, although we are small, we're only nearly 2,000 students, but we take care of orphans, we take care of special needs, we really give them a very special care and concessions in fees, and this is very important. So really, higher education and vocational education can be a very important part of the economy of Bahrain, and it could play a large portion of the income to Bahrain. And I am really, I believe, you know, when I look at the stories of different countries, that we can do it. And Bahrain is a very, very nice country for expatriates. So we should have really 30 or 40,000 students studying here from different countries. So I invite you to come and visit Bahrain. It's unfortunate, of course, with the pandemic, but things are going very well. I must take this opportunity to congratulate whoever responsible for our health system. They have succeeded greatly, and we are very close to have zero incidents in Bahrain. So I must tell you, Bahrain is a green country now, and it's time to have many international students. It's my pleasure, you know, when in the airport, anybody asks about the reason for visit, and his answer to say to have education or even medical treatment. These two are very close to my heart, and I believe that Bahrain can play this very important role. Although we're a small country with maybe limited number of people, but our ambition is very big. And we are, and this is from the top, we are the country of love. We are the country of coexistence, we are the country of peace. And this is Bahrain, and must advertise that and use that, because islands normally feel very warm for expatriates, you know, and this is Bahrain. I hope you know, I answered your question, you know.
No, you did. Thank you very much, Professor Abdullah. You did answer and more. And as you said, of course, Bahrain is a welcoming country, and the quality of education we have here has, I mean, it went higher tremendously from previous years, and we are maybe competing with other countries as well. Thank you very much, Professor Abdullah. It was an honor having you here with us today. Now, if I may move on to Dr. Horatius Jackie Williams, the President of Kavala International University. Hello and welcome, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Horatius, we've talked about this before with our previous speakers, but we want to touch base from your side about the importance of technology and digital transformation in surviving the new normal and become more sustainable, of course.
Yeah, it's true. You talk about a few things about that. At Kavala International University, of course, our university is an American university that offers accelerated programs, but specifically designed for developing countries, so that we can, Professor Aduda touched on that, so we can cater to the needs of African students and students that are in developing countries. And that's where technology comes in. We use technology to enhance and enrich these markets that are extremely underprivileged, to offer them degrees and programs that they would never have the opportunity to have. We developed the system of having vocational training combined with the traditional college method, and we have come with a system that works well. So when you talk about technology, for example, is How effective is it today? Is it going to, technology, is it going to stand? Of course, it's going to stand. Why do we say so? We've seen that, a lot of speakers mentioned that. During the COVID time, many schools, prominent universities have all turned to the online system, and even elementary schools, preschools, and other schools are doing that. Then because of technology today, if you have been following the trend of technology, you see even a 4-year-old today can easily tell you about the solar system, the black hole, and different other things that previously would have been impossible for them to learn, because traditionally, the only way they could learn is to follow the fundamental ABCD in the classroom. Today we have YouTube, we have so many other technology that a student can just watch, and they can develop the entire lecture of a program. So going forward, universities that are still bent on technology, on the traditional method will be left behind. Everything going forward is actually going to be technology. 70 to 90% of schools are going to be using technology to the extent that it is so. We talk about data sharing, material sharing, collaboration. At our university, for example, we have our programs at university are completely global. We have faculties we have above members in Germany, we have England, we have the Philippines, we have America, we have Nigeria, we have Africa, we have everybody in those countries that are actually working, trying to meet the goals that we established for the university. Some of these are deans at other universities collaborating with our course so that we can produce effective programs for students. Now, maybe I should take a break and ask the next question.
No, I have a question in mind. I wanted to ask you that we've talked about how essential technology is. The question I have was, do you think it would replace the traditional way completely, or, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's going to be completely. I just think it's going to be upward to about 75%. I mean, the cost effective. Why would anyone want to spend all of the money on building huge buildings when you can achieve all of what you want to learn? Like, give an example at our school system. What we got is, at our method, we have professors that are being trained to teach with theory, practice, and research. Theory, practice, and research. So when a student comes into our program, during the intake process, doing the research, doing the admission process, we first determine the goal of what they want to learn. What is the purpose of coming to our school? What do they want to learn? What do they want to achieve? What do they want to contribute to the community? From there, they are placed in that program. This teacher, the professor, start to work with the student as a mentor, as a teacher, as a trainer, right? So in every aspect of that student, every course that the student takes, every course that the student takes is in relation to the overall goal. The students learn research from the very first beginning. All students in the graduate program, from the very first day in class, they learn how to write and do research. And from there, the rest of the course, the rest of the curriculum become manageable because they have been given the right tool. Now, if you have by means of technology, you can teach agricultural courses, you can teach, we talked about healthcare that was already discussed, with simulation, all of these things being done. Question is, why would the school want to stay on traditional campus? So yes, there will be needs to be on campus with certain courses, but primarily technology is taking place. Schools can collaborate. We collaborate with Harvard Research Center without going there. We just establish a relationship with them, and there's so many different universities. You can create a global relationship that is, like we said, we have professors in Philippines, we have professors in different countries. Now, that would have been impossible a few years back, 10, 15 years back, it would have been impossible. So it is not, I don't think it's going to replace traditional education 100%, but I think maybe upward to 80%, 75, 80%.
Okay. And I don't know, Dr. Horatius, if there's anything you would like to add on our topic, sustainability in education, before we move on to our next two speakers?
Well, the way we define sustainability, it is in terms of developing a program that is going to last for the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 years. Is how the program becomes sustainable with respect to knowledge, understanding, wisdom, or theory, research, application, practical application of what they have learned. Okay, so you take a student first. You take a student who has not had the benefit of proper training, and you train them to become sustainable in terms of their life. the changes they make. How can they apply that theory, that practice? So when we look at sustainability, we talk about how that has changed the behavior of a student. How have they improved the community? What can they do? And that is what we do at our university. We have students that have come in from Congo, for example, Democratic Republic of Congo, from Liberia, other places. Some of them will probably make a couple of statements from our video. They had no idea how to write. They had no idea how to understand public health issues and all of these things. But now they are giving statements. They are very proud. They are very confident. They can approach the matter with confidence with anybody. And that is what we want to do. We want to see the transformation. Education changes the life of people. We want them to come to our university, come in, learn to crawl, learn to work, and when they leave, they should not just be taught theory and basic research program. They rather should also be taught how to apply that, how to use that, and how to change the life of many other people. And all of our professors are on board with this. All of our teachers. We have the entrepreneur assistant program that will be discussed by Dr. Beatrice later on. But the overall goal is to help sustain the life of people by giving them the proper training so that sustainability is in terms of the economic development, their equality, helping their family, and everybody else in the community.
Yes, and you won't see that transformation unless you've given them the proper tools and skills in the beginning to guide them through it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Now, within the same university, I'd like to welcome, of course, Dr. Beatrice Bishop, member of the CAPI, here with us today.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Sheikha Noura for her kind invitation to this very interesting conference. First of all, I want to thank you. And then I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Beatrice, we've discussed a lot of areas today, and I'd like to ask you about how will we enable a more sustainable world and support a sustainable life through programs? Like, can you provide examples of new developed programs, majors, and plans that encourage change in knowledge, skill, and attitude to enable a more sustainable world?
Yes, I researched some years ago and came to my own approach that is called PETS, a foreign policy ecosystem. PETS for policy, E for economy, T for technology, and S for society. These are the ingredients I use to mingle and to compose to create a coordinated industry of sustainability. The participants come from policy, from science, from industrial players are participants, entrepreneurs, investors, and shareholders, as well as politicians. Policy means we want to create a diplomacy across borders. It means we transport the system of sustainability across borders in countries that are not already as far as to use these principles, and also information inside. We have also to inform our own public about these principles. And economy, we have to promote the technology developments and also the technology that is used as RE, as drones, as blockchain technology, and all the sustainable technology and programs that are used or can be used, yes. And the next thing is also to create science cooperation between countries on this subject. The aim is an optimized ecosystem for sustainability, for wealth and health of the society and the people. So it is an absolutely interdisciplinary and international approach, and a connectivity should be created on this. Here I choose Kavala International University. We know it for a long time because of the American government. And I use this university because what Horatius hinted, they have African professors that are very much located in their countries. They know a lot about their countries, and we want to apply this system to Africa. We want to create hubs for young entrepreneurs because Africa is a rich country on young people, and these young people has to be educated. especially entrepreneurs, to create their own business, to create a work for the new work, and also for the food security. Therefore, we choose the topic of agriculture. And here I work together with Professor Ikechi Akpukpa. He is a very known Nigerian professor in agriculture. And we developed a program that's called Agro Entrepreneurship Factory. The name hints to it. We create a factory. It can be online, connected on several entrepreneurs in several countries of Africa. That means the hub exists online, and the center is the university, is the Kavala University, that teaches the program. They can apply in their companies. But it can also be, and it will also be, that we create little hubs in every country of Africa and teach there the entrepreneurs with the new technologies they can use in this agribusiness, sustainable farming, vertical farming, water and waste management, circular economy, AI, drones, blockchain technology, app construction, and also electromobility and energy solutions. This should be combined in these hubs, and we teach them also in the center. Again, is the university that is in connection with these hubs and exchanges the knowledge with all of them. This is good for farmers, for food producers, for entrepreneurs, for startups, for products of the region. Okay, we try to produce the products the region needs. We have a view on the region, what the region needs, and therefore this can be quite different, but it should fit to the regional demands. Yes, this is in the core the program we develop, and we are applying already, and we get also support from the EU, but also for the German government, as we think, because we are working together with the GIZ in the moment to come to close to this approach. And yes, this is the thing we are developing now.
Dr. Beatrice, this is all it's amazing, but I think it's better, it's easier when you see it ready. I'm sure while developing this program, you faced a lot of maybe obstacles along the way. If you can tell us, what are some of the obstacles that you faced in the process of developing this program and having the appetite from students for it, and how you overcame those obstacles that you may have faced?
Yes, the obstacles is already what Horatius mentioned, technology, that you can reach all of them, of course. And they need at least they need their smartphones, what they have, and they have to get access to the technology, to online training and something like that. That is one of the obstacles, of course, we try to overcome, as Horatius already hinted. And the other obstacle is the money situation, of course, because most of them don't have the money to pay for their education. Yeah, so therefore we are trying to apply for funds, especially as the GIZ fund, but also to investors from outside, from the EU, from other parts, because it's for Africa. And I think it's a rather good approach to develop young entrepreneurs there, because I'm in connection with some of the young peoples in this country, especially direct connections. I have a own protege. I try to make him an entrepreneur. We created together a little restaurant. Then we get a van that he sell all his products, and with him I learn a lot of what is really requested from the smallest entity. Yeah, from a person on the countryside of an African country. What does he need? What is his what's his problems are? Yeah, and this is electricity, of course. This is connectivity. This is a lot of regulations that the countries often have, and we have to pay for this permittance to do this and that and so on, to buy his car and all the thing. I learned a lot from him, and I try to transport this knowledge also in this program, that we see we can adapt to this really needs they have, and how we can really make them an entrepreneur in their surrounding.
Yes. Yes. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Beatrice. If there's anything else you'd like to add, it was very nice having you here today.
it was very nice. And as I said in the beginning, I thank very much to Sheikha Noura to give us this opportunity. And I would be very happy to connections with the other universities and also with potential sponsors for our African students, that we can develop this program further with the financial support, because we really, it is really in our interest and in our hearts to come forward with this idea and vision for young, successful African entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I hope in this forum, we can all collaborate and each of us find the one that will complete us for each project. Now, well, last but not least, I'd like to welcome Dr. Hassan Al-Mulla, President of the University of Technology, Bahrain. Welcome, Dr. Hassan. It's really good to have you here with us today. How are you doing?
Hello, Sarah. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Hassan, I know we've discussed a lot of topics and a lot of them are similar. I would like to start, if you can just introduce your university and yourself first, and then we would like to dig deeper into what I've just asked Dr. Beatrice as well, about how we enable a more sustainable world and that supports sustainable life through programs and developing programs that can promote this sustainable life.
Well, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this discussion with distinguished scholars and leaders on higher education. And we are, as you know, University of Technology Bahrain was established about 20 years ago, and we have 3 colleges, about 6 academic programs. The university has been doing very well in, especially in engineering and IT and some of the, business programs as well. I'd just like to actually, probably you have made my talk almost obsolete, because our colleagues have said most of the, I guess, have touched on very important topics. And I just want to share some of my thoughts and some of the experiences of the university, things we have done at the university to make, or let's say to, deliver on the United Nations, Sustainable Development Goals. We know there are 17 goals, and they're so diversified, but they're so inclusive, if you like. And almost any improvement in the practice of universities today would probably have an impact on some of these goals. And I think it is important that we remember that in Bahrain, and I will resonate what Professor Abdullah said, which is Bahrain has been a leader in the region in so many areas. And we have been actually leading in education, in healthcare, and in the economy, in the banking sector, but also Bahrain is also a leader in terms of environmental protection and environmental, projects. And we just had on 24th of October of this year, Bahrain has announced that, the cabinet under the chairmanship of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Prime Minister, Sheikh Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, announced that Bahrain is aiming to become a net zero carbon emission by 2060, a day after Saudi Arabia announced the same thing. Bahrain has also, established an authority, a full, entity, which is the Sustainable Energy Authority. And, that authority has already rolled out 2 very significant projects, which are our initiatives, which is the National Renewable Energy Action Plan and the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. So, we can see that the sustainability really is at the heart and on the top of the agenda of the leaders of Bahrain. And I think in terms of higher education, there's a lot that we can contribute, and there's a lot that we could do. A lot of the speakers today have touched on so many important, issues that higher education sector can contribute, and the whole sustainability, and also developing people really to become more sustainable in their practice. And we are at a privilege because we get students right from schools. The majority of our students are probably school leavers, and they are, I think, at the right age to really be educated and get, or start adopting these principles in their life.
Yes.
So let me just talk a little bit on some of the practices that could actually, help make higher education sector in universities more sustainable. And I'll talk about our humble experience as a university, things we have done that we think it may work, and will probably deliver and put a dent maybe on the whole sustainability, issue. The first thing, back to your question regarding the
new programs and
what could universities do? I think it all starts on your strategic plan. You must have sustainable growth, high impact research and innovation, things like effective and impactful community engagement, really right at the heart of your strategic plan, so that becomes like a lead for you, any university, to start, creating initiatives to deliver on these issues. One thing we have done is we have created a Bachelor of Engineering in Environmental Engineering. The program we have designed with international benchmarking. It has already been submitted about a year ago or less than that, 6 months ago, for approval, and we are hoping to get the approval very soon. And I think this is going to be a very important program, especially for as we move into the country's policy to tackle carbon emissions. So that's one thing we have done, designed a whole new program that will be wholly on the environment. The other thing I think that, what could be done, and this is something that Mr. William Hart from American University touched on, which do we have to, create new programs? Or can we create electives where any student can take these electives? Yeah. I would even go further than this, is universities can start to invest in problem-based learning. Problem-based learning is a very powerful model where you can embed sustainability concepts and principles in any course. And basically I'll just give you an example. You can embed it in English language, where you can give a topic, an essay on sustainability or environmental issues. And that, becomes then a problem that the student have to solve. And therefore you are embedding sustainable, sustainability topics in any subject. Problem-based learning is a very powerful model. It requires, careful planning, but you can implement it within a course. You can implement it within a whole program if you want. Although, implementing problem-based learning in a whole program is quite needs significant overall a redesign of the whole program, but still it can be implemented in single courses. The other thing is project-based learning, and project-based learning, and especially for engineering, business, but also for like IT, these projects can be designed so that students learn the same learning outcome, but through the adoption of projects, or through doing a project in groups, or in or with industry, or with some other partners of the university. So that's two things I think that we are investing in. I'm just giving some examples of what we are doing that my colleagues may find useful. We are also, in terms of the other, tackling some other energy parts in the university, we are investing on grid solar panel systems, and we have upgraded the complete university air conditioning system. We invested more than $0.5 million in upgrading almost 8 million BTUs, or 700 tons of units, to a much better high energy efficient systems.
Okay.
And so this is something that we have already completed. We've completed significant, about 20,000 square meters of landscaping. We've invested in paperless systems, electronic books for students. So we're cutting down the amount of resources, or if you like, paperwork and all of that we use. We invested in, we are considering a number of classroom technologies at the moment for hybrid teaching, something that also American University have touched on. We are also establishing now a new, which we call UTBE, which is the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center, to help students develop projects and businesses in the whole sustainability area. Now, so that's just a few things we are doing, and I'll be very happy to engage with any of my colleagues to give more details on the projects that we are handling at the moment, just to deliver on some of the goals of the United Nations. I just want to say that we are on the brink of a major shift on the way we teach.
Yeah.
And I think I'll go back to the whole thing of digital revolution. If anyone is not actually looking at what's happening today, I think they'll be lagging behind big time in the few years to come. It is coming very quick, and it's happening at a very, very fast rate. The digital revolution that we are in at the moment, we are just at the beginning. Every day we hear about probably global projects that will change how people interact. And let's talk about things like metaverse. Metaverse is going to be big, it's going to be huge, and it's going to have an impact on education. Talk about, Dr. Horatius was talking about that. We probably see 85% of education being, online and distance learning. As an educator myself, I hate to see traditional face-to-face education disappear, because I still believe there's a lot of value to that. There's a lot of value of teamwork, of being together in one room. However, I think there's a lot that we can do online, and that will certainly reduce our carbon footprint big time, and it will help nations to achieve their goals of reducing the impact of environmental change. So I'll just end by thanking Sheikh Noura for putting this together, and thanking all my colleagues for their fantastic wisdom and views they have put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Hassan Al-Mulla, for being so comprehensive and sharing your experience with us, of course, so that we can all learn from each other. I'd like to thank each and every one of the session participants, Professor Abdullah Hawaj, Mr. William Hurt, Dr. Beatrice, Dr. Horatius, Mr. Stephen, and Dr. Hassan once again for participating in this session, which I see was very fruitful. I hope that the attendees thought so as well. Now, before I move on to the next session, I would like to give a vote of thanks to our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, the American University of Bahrain, the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, the RCSI, and Kingdom University, and our gold sponsors, Ahliya University of Bahrain. Of course, thank you very much for sponsoring this event. It makes a great difference. Your participation was really amazing. Thank you all. Now, moving on to the next session, we will be discussing future majors. So we've discussed sustainability in education, and now we want to take it one step further to discuss future majors. What has changed in today's world? I'd like to introduce our speakers, Dr. Jeff Zubotsky from the American University of Bahrain, Professor Mansour Ahmed Al-Ali from the Ahliya University, and Professor Ghassan Fuad Al-Awad, Applied Sciences University, ASU, Bahrain. He's the president. So thank you very much for joining us here today. I'd like to start with Dr. Jeff. How are you, Dr. Jeff? It's good to have you here with us today. Just wanted to check if you can hear me clearly and to check your sound.
Yep, I have you loud and clear. Hopefully I'm coming through.
Yes, I'm waiting for your video to show, but I think it would. Now, yes, great. So Dr. Jeff, as I said, we've talked about sustainability and learning. And now when we talk about future majors, can we talk about the investment in student-centric learning for better learning outcomes?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm really pleased to be with you and this august panel that I'm pleased to be with. So thank you very much. I think we've learned a great deal over the last couple of years about being student-centric. So as challenging as things have been with COVID, we have also, I think, learned a great deal. The advent of technology and virtual learning has been something that we didn't plan on, but we got thrown into the deep end of the pool. And I think what we've learned a lot here at AUBH, what we've implemented through the COVID period has been a form of dual modality learning. And what that has meant has been that students had the choice whether they wanted to be on campus and engaging, except for those very strict periods of lockdown. Generally, students have had the opportunity to be here. But they've also, were they and their families concerned about their safety, they also had the opportunity to participate in an online modality. And so our classrooms were designed in such a way as that the students online could see the students in the class, and the students in the classroom had the opportunity to see the students online. And we've had a chance to do some research on the differences in performance between the students who are online and the students who are at a distance. And essentially what it's opened is our eyes on when students have the choice to study in a manner that's convenient for them, that allows them to weave their learning into their life, you see some remarkable performances. And so we've had students who have chosen to be fully online, and yet if you look at their performance, they've done remarkably well. Their marks have stayed high, they've been engaged, they've been interacting with their peers. And often they find when they're engaging with students, with their teachers through their office times, they found it easier to reach out in an online world than necessarily face-to-face. Sometimes walking into the teacher's office can be a little foreboding, but being able to just zoom in when the teachers have themselves are available often opens the door to those students. So I think for many students and their learning style, the online world has worked really well. But I don't want to pretend that that's worked perfectly well for all students, because we've also seen students who would benefit greatly from having the face-to-face experience, being here, being on campus, getting the kind of coaching and mentoring that sometimes you can only get in a face-to-face mode, and also just being with their peers and doing those things that you see that are important, say in going to the library and asking questions and being with their peers. So I guess what I'm saying is, the more we can create a learning environment that is tailored to an individual student's, and it's not one size fits all, the more I think you will see student performance improve. And so I think that that's a little bit about what we've learned with respect to being student-centric, even during this challenging time of COVID, and how we can use technology and use it more effectively. I won't go on because I know we have other panel members.
No, well, thank you very much for that. You are absolutely right. One size fits all doesn't always work. And as you said, there always has to be the combination. And I guess the happier the students are, the better outcomes you will get. And now, how can higher and vocational education embed developments and innovations in various fields and industries?
So I think that what's really important is that higher education increasingly stay connected to what's happening in the field of practice, in the world of work, because things are changing so quickly. I think it's incumbent on us as leaders, on our faculty, not just themselves to stay current in their own research, but have their ears open to what is changing and what's happening out in the world of work. And there are a number of ways that that can be done. We can implement program advisory committees, which certainly take in the knowledge that faculty bring, but also what's happening in the field of practice that is changing and constantly on the move. So I think that things like program advisory committees are important. I think increasingly our students benefit from practical applied experiences as they go through their studies. So things like work placements or formal internships, I think increasingly should be part of the curriculum to really let students understand what it's going to be like when they actually graduate. And increasingly employers are telling us they don't just want the hard skills. They want the skills of employability. You know, are the students prepared to be effective communicators? Can they work in teams? Can they deal with conflict in the workplace? And those are the kinds of things that when you have workplace experiences through those internships, or increasingly we're looking at things like capstone projects, which students will work on with an industry partner to help solve problems. So I think the more our students are engaged with industry, the more they're going to understand the innovation and the creative problem solving that's going to be required of industry increasingly as they move forward in their careers. So I think that that is something that almost goes without saying, that we as higher ed institutions can't be the ivory towers, which are the font of all knowledge. Of course, we have excellent faculty who know their stuff, but we can always learn from the changes and the innovations that are taking place in industry, and then they're bringing that back and embedding that into our curriculum.
So talking about students graduating, now let's talk about engineering the future. How will the world look like, and what should our students focus on for a safe and dynamic new world?
I think it's a great question, and it's one that I think we're uniquely positioned, and other universities are, but we at AUBH recognize that technology is changing so quickly that students need to learn how to learn. They need to be armed with the kinds of skills that are going to prepare them for a lifetime of learning and a lifetime of success. And so we at AUBH have implemented the kind of uniquely American model of education, which gives a lot of strong foundational knowledge in the first 2 years. It's recognizing that students need to be armed with the tools to be critical thinkers, to be creative problem solvers. And so the curriculum is designed in such a way as it's going to give them those tools to ask the right questions as they start to move into their majors, or, you know, as they move into the world of work and things are fast changing. Because today it might be, you know, cloud computing and cyber, cyber issues, cyber security. Tomorrow it'll be something else. So what we try and do is strive to give a good foundation of knowledge that can be transferable into multiple kinds of industries and different disciplines, because that's the only way students are going to constantly learn, if they have the tools and the preparation to be successful learners throughout the course of their life, throughout the course of their study, but then even beyond that. So, to the question of what is the technology, or what are the new majors going to be? I don't know. We don't know. Things are so fast changing. So it's really about preparing students for that, for the unknowns, and to be successful through a lifetime of learning. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jeff. It's been really nice having you here with us today. Thank you so much. I just want to remind all our attendees, if anyone has any question or any comment, they can do so and write their question in the Q&A chat box, and the Q&A box, not the chat box to be exact, and we'll be redirecting it to the required speaker and answering it, inshallah. Now, I'd like to move on to our speaker from the Ahliya University, Professor Mansour Ahmed Hassan Hussein Al-Ali. Professor Mansour, it's really good to have you here with us today. Welcome.
Pleasure to be on this panel, and always pleasure to be associated with Midpoint, who are pioneering really the way forward for education. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mansour, or Professor Mansour, we've talked with Dr. Jeff about the future. Now, he said that we don't know, but really, what do you think are the specializations that will increase in demand in the future?
This is really the term $1 million question was always famous. I think maybe now this is the $1 billion question. Mm-hmm. I think the world is going through what I would call a transformation. There is a lot of fear about, there'll be diminishing number of jobs. My view is the opposite. I think there'll be demand for more graduates in certain fields, but certain types of graduates. I think the traditional fields of renewable energy, nanotechnology, data science, artificial intelligence, specialists in logistics, blockchains, fintech, digital marketing, AI specialists, the list will go on and on. And I think what humanity is doing with this progress of AI and new technologies is really, it's the same fields, but the embedding of AI in these fields. This applies to farmers. In the West, they teach degrees in farming. Now you'll find that technology and AI is into farming. Historians, even when you do a degree in history, now you'll find the historians are using AI tools to dig deeper and do more analysis of history. This is what is really happening in medicine. The normal specializations of medicines, and every now and then there's a new field of medicine. But with data mining, with data science, the medical profession is able to study the impact of medicine. So there'll be more data scientists who are medical doctors. So the way I see it is a widespread of use of AI and technology into all the fields. Now, I know the field of AI is the talk of the day, and the spread of the AI field is quite wide. But I always use the term, it is the milk in the tea. It's going into everything, from drones to lots of, to even teaching and learning, as Dr. Jeff mentioned. It's in everything. I think to say the jobs of the future now, it is possible to mention, logistics. I've got few lists here. Physical therapists, I think there'll be bigger need for them. Physiotherapists, because I think the use of these keyboards and things is causing people a lot of problem. I think technology, whilst it's creative, it's also making people too comfortable in their seats, and they're going to have problems. So there'll be more demand for medical doctors and more demand for physiotherapists. This issue of cybersecurity, I think, will take new norms. I think we already know now the demand for cybersecurity specialists is so much, the world is not able to produce enough cybersecurity specialists across the world, not in one country or the other. I think even the way construction, you know, the field of construction, you're asking me about the jobs, the field of construction, you know, building houses. Now, this is not the same as what it was 100 years ago. The materials are different, the engineering is different. People now focus more on the environment, on the energy sustainability, on many things. So there are more fields and more jobs in these areas. I think the environment is a big field which is not tapped. I don't think the world universities are producing enough environmental engineers and environmental scientists to protect our future environment, not maintaining what we've got. Marine biology is a big threat. You know, marine biology and marine life is a big threat to humanity, the pollution of the sea. So from that aspect, I see there is a chance for more jobs in these fields. I think cleaning the sea from the plastics, it needs a profession by itself. Re-establishing marine life and the coral reef health and getting it back into the norm requires special scientists, and universities really have to, in this case, renew themselves to produce these kind of fields and specialization. But this will only happen. It will only happen if the following is true. First of all, there is, I would call, an adaptable environment, a dynamic environment within the country and within the world to quickly change the syllabus, to quickly add new professions, to make the syllabus dynamic and the professions dynamic, and we move fast. Because I think whilst the world is progressing on one side, it's under threat from the other side. I think there's a big fear, and the last climate change was a big example, which was held in Italy. So I can go and mention a lot of topics, psychology, digital marketing, data. You can mention a lot, but I will conclude by saying, I think to protect humanity and the future, universities have to be given the adaptability to move forward, and the local policies have to be adaptable to allow this kind of environment to prosper and grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mansour, for a very informative speech. Now, I'd like to move on to our speaker from the Applied Sciences Universities, Professor Ghassan Fouad, the president of the Applied Sciences Universities. Thank you very much for being here with us, Professor Ghassan. Now, thank you. We've talked a lot about how the world is changing, and we've talked about what are the specializations that will increase in demand. I'd like to touch base on that with you as well. Like, what, in your opinion, what do you think the specializations that are going to grow in demand? And at the same time, what are the declining disciplines or occupations in your view?
Okay, thank you. A very good question. Once again, it's like a crystal ball to a large extent. I really like what Dr. Jeff said. I said, I don't know, because things are moving so fast, which is true. And what Dr. Mansour has mentioned, of course, makes sense. But let's be frank. I mean, when you look at some statistics now and see by 2030, there will be 2 billion youth in the world at the age of 15 to 29. 50% will not have the right qualification and skills. And I think Dr. Mansour mentioned that some jobs may disappear, but some new jobs will be created. There's no question about it. What disciplines will, I mean, let's be frank about it. The Higher Education Council in Bahrain, in their strategy 2014, and almost 7 years ago, they told us that STEM subjects are important for Bahrain and the world: science, technology, engineering, and math. But now, of course, technology, AI, everybody is talking about it, and cloud computing has become like a fashion. It's important, no question about it. It has to be embedded in some maybe existing programs or some new programs. But at the same time, I think what's really, really important, and I think Dr. Jeff touched on it as well, are the skills where we can equip our students with. It doesn't matter almost the major. If you look at the academic journey, the qualification is one thing, and then the skills you give to your students to be self-learner, to be critical thinkers, to be creative, to be good communicators. I look at you, Sarah, and see the communication skills, presentation skills, etc. And this is what we want to see in our students, to have the skills where now learning on demand. When you look at kids and students in the university, they go on YouTube, they almost learn everything on their own if they wanted to. But the skills to be team players, to be critical thinkers, I think it needs some attention. And this is where, at least at Applied Science University, we want to produce global citizens, responsible citizens, not just, a qualified engineer. This is easy to do. They can get the academic qualification, but we want to equip them with the right skills to be able to survive in the marketplace. Now, in order to answer your question, of course, subjects which will be in big demand in the future, for sure, technology-related subjects. And this is because of the evolution. If you look at the evolution from agricultural societies to industrial societies, then knowledge economy, then now we're talking about the digital revolution, the fourth industrial revolution, you would expect to see increase in IT and AI and virtual reality and augmented reality and cloud computing. These disciplines will become popular. I think following what happened with the COP summit in Glasgow last month, sustainability, climate change subjects, energy consumption, efficiency will become really, really important. Of course, health and subject aligned to health. I think people are underestimating the importance of mental health because of the pandemic. Take my words, Sarah. If you look at our students, our staff, our stakeholders, everybody has been affected by the pandemic. And now we don't have time to reflect on it. When it's over, people will start realizing that we have been living for 2 years in isolation. We have educated our students in a digital approach. They didn't come on campus for a year maybe or more. They didn't enjoy the campus life. They have been deprived of some opportunity. And His Excellency, the Minister this morning, he asked us a very difficult question about vocational education. And he said, when you need the practical, you need the hands-on to do it properly. Now, those students didn't have the hands-on, they didn't have the practical. How do you handle it? Subject which will be in shortage in demand in the future, just to answer the question and complete, I don't know whether I spoke too long. I think subjects, I don't see any decrease in subjects. Even when people say that there are plenty of graduates of law or business administration, but law, you can work in any discipline. You don't need to be a judge or a lawyer. You can work in a firm, you can be the legal advisor, etc. You need graduates with analytical skills as well, not just technological, digital skills. You need them to be able to do the analysis and produce reports and analyze the situation. Of course, what's really important these days for the students to have digital skills, yes, very important. They have managed to do it because of the pandemic, but they have to have the entrepreneurial skills. And this is very, very important. And I think Bahrain has done really, really well in this area because, imagine trillions of dollars or pounds or dinars were lost because of the pandemic. Somebody has to pay for it. So there may be some reduction in jobs in the private and public sectors. But if you have the entrepreneurial skills to be able to set up your business and become successful, of course the economy will do well. And Bahrain is ideal for people to do business because of the ease of doing business, because of the innovation ecosystem we have in Bahrain. So we really encourage our students to build up the skills. And the major is you do a particular major because you like it and your passion is for it. But we have seen in many disciplines, people don't work in their majors. They move to a different, if you take accountancy firms, a lot of them don't recruit accounting or business administration graduates. They take them as psychologists, technologists, maybe medical doctors sometimes. They train them as accountants. They become chartered accountants, but they recruit them because they have the leadership skills, they have the charisma, they have the self-learning skills, the critical skills, and so on. So it's a crystal ball to a large extent, and what Dr. Jeff to a large extent said. And then I agree with Dr. Mansour about some of the areas he mentioned, where you will see demand and maybe, I don't see a reduction, I see maybe an adjustment of these disciplines.
And so mainly it's more of the skills that needs updating, more of the majors. Yeah.
Exactly. And you had mentioned it as well at the very beginning. You said it's not one size fits all. And this is a very, very powerful statement. You cannot take every single institution and then say, this is what's needed. You have to take the context, the culture, the nature. At Applied Science University, we are applied science. We want to make sure that we are combining theory and practice. We want our students to have a lot of hands-on internships, training, practical, etc. So it's not the same model for everybody.
Mm-hmm. So I just, that was not my statement. I took it from Dr. Jeff, just to be clear, just so I don't steal any statements. It was a quote. So thank you very much, Professor Ghassan. I hope we had more time to discuss even more. I have one comment in the chat box. I'm gonna put it out there in case of anyone who would like to address it. It says that we have a good vision and potential people who can translate the vision to reality, but to be more realistic, there is a gap between education through universities in Bahrain and the local and even regional markets, which means we can measure that through the number of unemployed students, which means either the university are teaching something that is not needed in the market, or other main players don't do their major roles to fill the gap between universities and market needs. And this is when we're talking about future majors. It's like what we teach that has to be something that can be actually implemented in the country. I think this will also touch base with what Professor Ghassan, you said, is about the skills and how to differentiate yourself rather than just studying a certain major. I mean, the job is not there and ready for you. You have to actually seek it. Well, I'd like to thank you once again for being here with us today in this session. I enjoyed it very much, and unfortunately we'd have to move on to our next speaker. We're going to discuss the advancements in AI and IoT. We have our speaker from BITS Pilani Dubai campus, Ms. Sujala Shetty. She is the Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science, BITS Pilani Dubai campus. Ms. Sujala, thank you for joining us here today. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's really good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. You're welcome. So I'd like to, maybe I'll just share my slides.
Okay. Okay, we can see it.
The slides are visible? Okay.
That's perfect, yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. So I would be talking about maybe the recent advances that we have in the field of IoT specifically, and also maybe its relation or interrelationship with the newer technologies like AI, blockchain, and these various different areas. So some of these are, maybe I'll just briefly discuss some of the work that we have actually worked on in this specific field. So IoT is something that nowadays we are very commonly encountering. It's not just about hearing this happen, but we see that, a lot of different applications, we see that things like this are really coming into play. So it could be like smaller things, like where you're looking at maybe a corridor which gets lit when it feels somebody's presence. You see an elevator which would start moving only when it detects some motion. So similarly, there are so many different areas where we can see, because now today we are looking at having a more sustainable world. So we want to have energy, which is going to things which could be more fuel efficient, more energy efficient. We talk about a lot of us wearing smart devices like watches, sensors. So these become things where we're looking at IoT really integrating with our everyday life. So if in case we have to kind of understand what exactly is IoT, IoT is going to be, could be defined as the Internet of Things. So now we see that many countries are slowly moving to 5G. So what basically happens over here, so you have smaller and smaller devices also, which can be considered to be a complete entity which is present on the Internet. So you have 5G allows a number of devices to have their own address on the Internet. So we do have a lot of such devices which could be connected on the internet. So that is basically what we would say is going to be the Internet of Things. So it is an extension of the internet to lots of physical devices. So if in case we're looking at IoT, these are going to be different things that we could have. It is not just the device. It would require a sensor, which is going to be sensing the data. You will have connectivity. So in many cases, this data has to be relayed somewhere. In few cases, the data can be processed on the system itself. Like it could be in terms of, nowadays you have edge computing, fog computing, smaller nodes which could do some computing. Or in some cases, you transfer this data over a cloud over some distance and processing is done elsewhere. So connectivity becomes a very important issue that you have over here. Then the next phase is going to be processing this data. And when we process this data, this is where all our, a lot of our user interface and a lot of our analytics softwares and all that could come in. So all this would happen over here. You have data processing, and then last thing that we have is going to be user interface. So these are going to be different levels at which we see IoT integrating with our day-to-day life. So nowadays, if you're looking at IoT, there are going to be various different ways in which, so there are different kinds of protocols which are needed. So these devices should be able to interconnect. They should be able to communicate with each other. So how do they communicate? By having a kind of a protocol. So protocol is like, maybe say I want to talk to say one of you, maybe if you know English, we could have a conversation, but we would both have to understand the same language. So we must know the rules of the language, the syntax of the language. So the same thing happens over here. So if in case you want two systems to communicate, they should be having a common protocol that is available. So these are certain things that we could have. You could have devices connected over Wi-Fi, cellular, you have NFC, Zigbee, Bluetooth, many different ways. Nowadays, coming to different kinds of IoT platforms, we see that there are many different platforms which are available. Earlier, you had smaller devices like Arduino. Nowadays, we're moving towards more and more powerful devices. So nowadays, you have a lot of even your AI, machine learning applications and things like this, which can happen on a small chip. So you have Raspberry Pi, which is used for many different applications nowadays. You can have your BeagleBoard. We have Google Coral. We have so many different devices which are available. So why IoT? So like we discussed, many times what's happening is people are all now thinking about systems which are going to be more efficient. It could be in terms of electricity. It could be in terms of heat. It could be in terms of time, so many different things. So energy efficiency is maybe one of the core ideas that we have when we're looking at a lot of these IoT devices. It could save time because like we discussed, you could have onboard processing. And a lot of times because we've seen that AI has made so much of progress in the past few years. So since those tools are already available, it becomes easy to actually integrate those tools with your IoT applications. In addition, security is another important aspect that we see. So these are certain areas that we look at. Now, if in case you're looking at IoT, now as we discussed, when you're talking about processing IoT nodes, we can have device. So cloud is going to be when you're processing bigger data, and you would be transferring the data maybe over a distance to a cloud service provider. But nowadays you want to do processing closer and closer to the device. So nowadays, many times you would have heard of terms like cloudlets, like say within a Starbucks cafe, they could have a small cloudlet where data is stored there itself. You could have fog nodes, you could have, so edge computing, that is what we're looking at. So edge, on the edge of the network, you're doing all your processing. So you have lots of platforms which could actually be doing the backbone processing of this work. So where you would have your cloud, you could have these different protocols, you could have different ways in which this data is going to be processed, software, you could have your user interface, all this is available. And finally, all this is going to be reflected in terms of applications. So you have smarter applications. So many times nowadays we see lots of cities are slowly moving towards building smarter cities. You're looking at smart cities. So what basically are smart cities? Those are going to be cities where maybe your electricity is more efficiently managed. You could have maybe your garbage is going to be managed in a more efficient manner. Vehicles are going to be moving around in a more efficient manner. So many different applications where you can somehow increase the convenience and the ease for people, you could have a lot of these smart applications which could be built. So when we're looking at these, like we've seen, you could have what is there in a smart city. So many times you could have like a smart grid, you could have a smart supply chain, smart supply of different applications. So these are different areas where we see a lot of these IoT applications really coming into the forefront. So like we just discussed, you already have a lot of applications where AI has made a big march forward. So it could be detection of items, labeling items, voice detection, voice to text, so many different applications. So we see that ML or AI is actually capable of processing, because there are already very strong built-in algorithms which are available. So if in case we're able to use those already available algorithms with our IoT, we come up with stronger and stronger systems. So if in case you're looking at a smart city application, something like this, you can see this. There are so many different areas that you could see. So you can see transportation, it could be a lot of parking systems that you're looking at, your public transport, which can move in a more efficient manner. So when you see that there are more people waiting for a public bus, maybe your bus schedule can be speeded up. When you see that the waiting time in the bus stand is going to be less, maybe the buses could leave at a slower pace. So different ways in which we could be managing our applications. So some of the hardware and different applications that we have of IoT, like I discussed, some areas that we are currently working on, one of them is smart parking. So what do we mean by smart parking? Because this is something that many of the major cities have been seeing, where people would keep moving around, maybe on weekends, on holidays, where you keep moving around. So you're burning fuel. Again, this adds to your global emission that we are very much trying to cut down. So certain things like this, where so these are already happening in many of our malls, where they tell you how many available places are there. But maybe we can add a few more smarter applications to this. So that's if in case you're going to a particular, say maybe you're going to a cinema. So you can specify where is it that you're going to, and your application will take you somewhere closest to that. So that, in terms of time also, you would be cutting down on time. So there are many, like I discussed, recently you have a lot of these IoT tools which have been built, which already have a lot of ML that is already preloaded in them. So you have Google Coral, NVIDIA has come up with something which is called Jetson. So they already have machine learning libraries which are already kind of preloaded in them. And so it becomes easy to run your machine learning applications on them. So some of the benefits that you have of such devices is maybe low computation, high speed in which they can be performing the calculations, and then they support a large number of libraries. So they support Python and many other libraries. And it is going to be small devices. So if you look at the Google Coral processing, it's a powerful device. It uses what we call it a TPU, a tensor processing unit. And it is very compact. So you can build it into or integrate it into many smaller applications. So these are some of the built-in applications that are already available. So like I told you, they already have, for image recognition, there are certain libraries and certain packages or certain trained models which are already available. So we can do a kind of a transfer learning where with very little tweaking of the code, we can have this application up and running very quickly. In addition to person segmentation, voice detection. So these are different applications where you can have these devices used. This is the basic flow that you have of your Google Coral. So you have a TensorFlow model that is built. You have to convert it into a light model. So light is for all our mobile devices, portable devices. You converted it to the light model. And then this is then going to be deployed on your Google Coral. So this is from Google. Similarly, you have NVIDIA, which has come up with their own device, and likewise. So this is some of the sample code that they have. So it can do object detection, like in this case, in this image, it can detect certain objects and it can tell you what is this object with a certain probability. So what are the benefits of having this kind of on-device processing? One thing is you're not transferring the data from where it is generated to a far-off location. So it happens, it's saving time, it is going to be faster, it is going to be more efficient. So these are certain benefits that you could have. So like I told you, these were some of the applications that our students have actually worked with. So this was a parking detection system using your Google Coral. So they were able to kind of build a small toy-like application and train your neural network to detect when a parking slot is full and when it is empty. So this was part of the training process which was done. Then we converted the model to a light model, and then we had a web interface. So you could have this application deployed anywhere. It could be in the parking mall. Maybe in Dubai now we have the expo going on. So it could be in the expo. So you have a web interface. So on the website, whenever you want to go to a particular venue, you can check on the website about the availability of cars, make a booking, and then reach the venue. So these were certain things that we have worked with. So it was working with the mobile net. So why the mobile net? Because one thing is accuracy is high. It is very easy to work with transfer learning, because this model you can make a few tweaks in the system and create your own specific model. These were some of the results that we got. So it was a good model. Similarly, with respect to IoT, nowadays we see that security is something that is going to be something that is very, very critical. So this is something that we have worked on, where we were working with Ethereum for the purpose of IoT security. So some of the issues that we see with IoT in many cases could be attacks. So you can have cyber attacks which could happen. Somebody breaks into your system. So you want to try and avoid this. And because we do a lot of transfer of data, if you are transferring to the cloud, okay, this again becomes a weak link that you have in your network. So in order to overcome this kind of problem, so it could be something like spoofing, it could be malware which is trying to get into your system, it could be eavesdropping whenever you're sending a password. So there are specific AI and ML models which are available, which can kind of overcome these issues. So this was a particular model that we actually came up with, where we were using blockchain, and Ethereum was the blockchain that we were using. So now we have many different forms of blockchain. Ethereum is one of them, one of the more popular ones that you have. So we developed a smart transaction. I will just explain to you. So why did we go in for blockchain? Because one thing is it is a completely distributed application. So it is not controlled by one particular person, but it is distributed, it is immutable, that is nobody can change it, it is highly secure. And this is something that the world is slowly moving to. So we have different kinds of blockchains that you have. So we've been very commonly hearing about Bitcoin, Litecoin, CoinWatch, many different things that we have. So so we generally have a contract that we would have with this with your blockchain device. And here in this case, we will see that we are able to kind of encrypt the communication that you have. So what are the applications of this? In many different applications. So it can be used in things like freight transportation. It can be used where you have public funding. So when you're talking about funding, maybe suppose it's an organization which has done some kind of crowdsourcing. Multiple people have put in money for a particular project. So in such cases, you might want all the people who have invested to kind of give their permission. Only then maybe a particular person can draw some money from this account. So these could be different applications that we could have of blockchain. So we generally have what is going to be called a smart contract that you have, which will contain all the rules of how the different people can interact on your blockchain. So Ethereum, like I told you, is what we actually worked with. There could be many different applications, like voting systems. Like nowadays we see that a lot of electronic voting is happening. So you want to build security into the system, blockchain could be a good application for it. Lots of time agreements, like you could have your house contract, it could be your company's contract. So many times, because if in case you have this on a blockchain, it can never be changed by any particular person. Nobody can refuse that he has actually signed or agreed to it. Okay, so there is always going to be transparency. So these are some of the concepts that we have with respect to the blockchain. maybe I won't really go into this, but this was the smart light application. So it can be any smart application. So maybe you're looking at automating your home. In this case, we work with a simple light application. So what happens is your application, there was going to be a smart contract. So anytime you want to say switch on a particular device within your smart home, it will have to be approved, or this particular person must have the authority to actually use this particular application. So what happens is you have a smart contract, and there is a mobile device that is going to be available. So maybe you are at home, you want to kind of switch on maybe the air conditioner in your house. So through the mobile, you would be sending a command to the IoT device in your house. In this case, it happens to be a Raspberry Pi. The Raspberry Pi will look at the smart contract. It will see whether you are a person who has the access rights to do this. Only if in case you do have the access rights, you are then permitted, your command is going to be taken forward and the device is going to be switched on. So in this case, we see that nobody would be able to break into your system. So if in case it is somebody else who's going to be trying to switch on a heater in your house, if in case he is not authenticated, he will not be able to manipulate anything over here. So this can be done for any kind of an application. It could be a mall, it could be an industry, it could be a big sensitive setting. So anywhere you could have an application like this which could be running. So this was basically how we went about setting up this application. A similar thing that you can have is like we discussed. Suppose you have multiple people who have invested in a company. In this case, we considered a child. Maybe he has to get the permission from maybe both his parents so that you can specify in your contract. Or if maybe the grandparents are involved, only 2 people permit, and then the child may be allowed to withdraw money from a particular account. So if in case we have a blockchain system for this, we can have multiple people who are connected to the blockchain. If they do give permission, then there is a majority voting that is going to happen. If the majority vote comes through, then the child is able to withdraw money from the account. So these are certain applications. This is another thing that we were looking at. Like I told you, we're working in this field of smart parking. So in this case, what we have actually done over here is this was for, again, a mobile application which was built to navigate a person within an enclosed environment. So we've kind of, you worked with ArcGIS and maps which are available over there. So if it can be in an area like say a mall, you want to move from one location to another. So we've used an efficient algorithm, in this case, maybe an A-star algorithm, which will give the shortest path for a particular person to move from one location to another. And then this information is going to be available or stored in a backend in the database. You will have a mobile application which is going to be connecting to this. And then the application is going to be, or the path is going to be fed to your mobile phone, and it will give you directions of how you can move from one location to another. So the user in any location, it could be a big airport, he wants to move from one place to another, he can give his locations, and using the map that is available over there, he could be directed using the shortest path to reach that particular location. So these are some of the future scopes that we have whenever we're looking at AI. So like we've said, data security is something that is very important. We're looking at, improving the ease for people in their day-to-day life. This is something that is happening. And another very important thing that we have is the use of AI. So AI could be in terms of object detection. It could be in terms of language. It could be in images. So in any different form that you look at, IoT, when integrated with AI, has tremendous potential. So some of these works were actually from some of the papers that we have published. So these are some of the papers. That would be my contact details. And with that, I would like to come to an end of my presentation. I would be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajjala. This was very interesting and very informative. It's really amazing to see how things are progressing after the pandemic and with artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. Now, In the chat box, I have a question. I'm not sure if Dr. Jeff is still here with us. Of course, if anyone has any question to Dr. Sajala, they are more than welcome to write it down. I do have a question for Dr. Jeff, which says that since you said student performance was remarkable online during the pandemic, is there any plan in the future of an option for them to study on either online or physically, even after the pandemic, since there was remarkable performance that were recorded during the pandemic? I'm not sure, Dr. Jeff, are you with us here still?
I think this question is to somebody else, right? Not to me.
No, yeah, this one, not to you. This was for Dr.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I think Dr. Jeff is not with us currently. I do hope that anyone who has any question try to, write the question during the session so that we don't face that. And I do have other questions, but Jafar Hamza wrote a couple of questions. They are not very clear. It's more of a comment that I've mentioned already. If you have any certain question to a certain speaker, please make it brief and precise so that we can tackle it. And of course, if not today, we have 4 other days that we will be having speakers and some officials from the country and abroad. Now, I'd like to move on. Of course, Dr. Sajala, as I said, thank you very much. We'd like to move on to talk about the tendency of the students from the MENA region to study in Japan. We have a speaker from Kyushu University, Mr. Oki Yutaro, the Associate Professor, Global Strategies Office, Kyushu University. Mr. Oki, it's very good to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining us. And we're sorry about the time difference. I hope we weren't much of a trouble.
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You can go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I'm sure. Yeah, okay. I will share my screen.
Sure.
Yeah, but the important. Yeah. Now I think now you are watching my screen. Yeah, but yeah, I've been in this Zoom meeting room since 2 hours before, and after listening to your meaningful discussion about the issues relating to sustainability and higher education, I wanted to change the angle of my presentation a bit, because yeah, what I was thinking to talk today is the introduction of our office mission, but it actually related to the issue of sustainability, but mainly sustainability of our society. I mean, Japanese society. Now you can see my screen, or?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, and so basically, yeah, before I start my presentation for today, my name is Yutaro Oki, Associate Professor of Kyushu University, as she introduced. And actually, I'm working in the Global Strategy Office of this university, but at the same time, I'm doing research at the Faculty of Law, and I'm a historian of international law. So as some professor has already mentioned, I'm doing or I'm using AI to conduct historical research. So maybe I can talk about how I use AI technology to conduct historical research, but I think it's not really interesting for you. So I will go back to my original presentation plan. So yeah, I'm in this JMENA office. It's a part of the International Affairs Division of our university. And this is an abbreviation of Japan, Middle East, and North Africa. And this office is not only for Kyushu University. This office is created by Japanese Ministry of Education. So what I'd like to talk today is the tendency of Japanese government or Japanese Ministry of Education toward the international student. Actually, one of the biggest problem of Japanese society is, as you know, aging. Yeah, Japan is one of the biggest aging society, and population is decreasing. So let's say our society by itself is not really sustainable if we think about more than 100 years. And also, unfortunately, Japanese economic situation is not really good for more than 30 years. Japan is the only one country our monthly salary doesn't go up during these 30 years, basically. And still our economic power is not very weak, but our economic situation is not very nice. So based on, because of these two big issues, Japanese Ministry of Education or Japanese government itself is trying to find some solution to find better way for our society. And the one possible way is opening the gate for the university to more international students. Yeah, before I will talk about my office itself, I will talk about our university, because our university is one of the national universities, so it can be a good example of Japanese university. Our university has 12 undergraduate school and 18 graduate school, and roughly 20,000 students are studying. And by the way, 20% or 30% of this student are international students, mainly from China or Korea or East Asian countries, because we are using kanji, or let's say the Asian characters. So we use similar character in China or in Korea. So for them, studying in Japanese university is not very, of course, it's still foreign country, but it's not really difficult for them. And we have 2,000 faculty members, and this is the kind of average size of national universities in Japan. And our university ranking, actually Kyushu University is not the best university in Japan. We have Tokyo University, Kyoto University, or maybe Osaka University. I think more famous universities in Japan. But Kyushu University is still number 5 or number 4 in Japanese universities. So even the world ranking of our university is decreasing, unfortunately, but still we have 124, and Faculty of Engineering is 36 for mineral and mining field. So we are decreasing, we are getting lose our position, but still not very low. So this is just one example of Japanese university. As you see, by this number, the quality of research or education in Japanese university is not very bad. And as I will show you, the tuition or living cost in Japan is not very high. Not very high because Japanese economy is not very nice. Our economy is decreasing, but your economy is increasing. So as a result, our tuition or living cost is cheap for foreigners, non-Japanese. So because of that, we are trying to open the gates of university to other student, as an international student. And by that, Japanese, because of that reason, Japanese Ministry of Education opened the JMENA office in our university, in Kyushu University. The purpose of it is, as I mentioned, to familiarize study in Japan through dissemination of information to the student there. But this is not only one case. In Kyushu University, we have JMENA office to promote Japanese, to introduce Japanese university to Middle Eastern region. But other universities has similar office targeting other places. Like, for example, we have Tokyo University in Tokyo, and they have office for South Asian countries like India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And Okayama University, this is another university, another national university. They have office for Southeast Asian countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Thai. And Hokkaido University has office for Russia or CRS countries. And that's all. Yeah, like that, we have many offices like us. So it means Japanese university are trying to get more international students for their program. And at the same time, I didn't mention much, but as I mentioned, Japanese economy is decreasing. So it means, or it leads the reduction of research fund or research fee of the researchers. So we are trying to connect with other international universities or international corporations to get more research fund or to get more suitable place for their research. So the purpose of our office is, one is getting the student from the world, and another is making the connection between researchers. Yeah. So because of to achieve these goals, what we are doing is like this. I don't really read all because it takes time. So information management, student recruitment, or connection building. So even last month I visited, actually I'm in Japan, in Fukuoka City, but last month I was in Dubai and Abu Dhabi to visit some universities there. I visited some university of yours, and some university of the participants, I think. And I'm trying to make some contact. I'm trying to make some bridge with universities. And these university, as I mentioned, I'm from Kyushu University, from the national university, but the other university, we have more than 2,000 universities in Japan, or I think much more than 2,000. But among that, the 23 partner universities are working with us. And we have office in Cairo and Ankara. Also we are trying to have one office in maybe Abu Dhabi to make this connection building much faster or closer. Yeah, I think the time schedule is pushing us, so I don't talk much about the content. But what I want to mention about Japanese universities, as I mentioned, the quality of education or research equipment itself is very good in Japanese university, basically, because we have long history and we have good historical period of economics. So, and we still have not very bad economics. So, we had a good fund for research. So and we still have a strong relationship with industry. So research equipment or research environment is not really bad. And one more thing, to increase the value of university, or to promote the research, main Japanese university, or the highest Japanese university, are trying to create the English language program, bachelor program, and master and PhD program. I make this English language bachelor program in blue because, basically, master course program or PhD program, for this program we have English programs since before, but these days we are trying to have English ones. So this is a new tendency. And of course, if the students want to study Japanese language for their future, yeah, of course we provide Japanese language, but we are trying to make our main teaching language to English. Yeah, and the tuition is cheap. Yeah, because of, yeah, I don't want to repeat that so many times, but yeah, our tuition is cheap, as you see, compared to other countries like United States or maybe UAE itself. Yeah, I think it's much cheaper, and still we have various types of tuition or research fund or scholarship opportunity. Yeah, so, and they are trying to, with the help of Ministry of Education, we are trying to make the application process all online. This change all to get students from Middle Eastern region, or to make the relationship or connection with the professor of Middle Eastern region for future research or future education, and mainly for future Japanese society. Yeah, and this is a view of the Ministry of Education in Japan. And yeah, as I mentioned, living expense is not really expensive in Japan. Basically, yeah, if you live in Tokyo, the price is a bit different. But basically, if you have this amount for 1 month, it's very enough. And I think you are not very familiar with Japanese society, but yeah, we have 48 prefectures in Japan, and all prefectures these days have mosques or masjid. Yeah, because basically Japanese Muslim is still very minority. It's not really often to find the Japanese Muslim in Japan, but yeah, in every city we have people from Indonesia or Malaysia or Thailand. So we have, basically speaking, we can find Muslim in everywhere. And especially in universities, we have international students from Muslim majority countries. So we are trying to make our society more multicultural place. So trying to make the prayer room or that kind of things. And basically speaking, yeah, next slide is much better. Yeah, this is just the information, but yeah, this is a number or tendency of the students from Middle Eastern region to Japan. The top is Egypt, second is Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, Emirat, and these orders. And this blue color show the number of master or PhD student, and green color show the bachelor or undergraduate student. So Turkish student or Arabic, Saudi Arabian student or Emirati students, they have undergraduate, but for Egyptian or for Iranian, most of them are PhD or master course student. Yeah. And unfortunately, this purple color shows means the number of the students from this region are decreasing. Yeah, and yeah, before 10 years, Japanese government is thinking like Japanese university or Japanese university's level of research is high, so we don't have to do advertisement for other students. I mean, for other international students, if they want to do their high standards research, they will come. This was the stance of Japanese government or Japanese university at that time. But because of that reason, we are losing the students from international, from all over the world. So we are trying to change it. Yeah, to change that tendency, we are trying to, but yeah, as you know, we are in the age of COVID-19, so our main activity is online. So we are trying to have this kind of information dissemination event, or just information session for studying in Japan. We always invite 3 universities, and yeah, having time for the Q&A. Yeah, each month we have it, and sometimes we ask some Japanese language school or the Japanese undergraduate programs to talk about their school, and sometimes only graduate schools. Yeah, we gather, we collect, and they do presentation. And yeah, not only for the session for the information of programs, we ask some Japanese professors of Japanese university to talk about their research online, and it's free. For example, this is a just lecture relating to robotics of Japanese university's professor, and this one is a renewable energy related issue related to wind energy at sea. This is the more hot topic of the research in renewable energy field, especially for the country like Japan. It means we have sea, so yeah. And another thing, yeah, of course, we have various types of students in Japanese university. After he's from Kuwait in our university, and we make interview with these students, and after asking various types of questions to them, we are trying to make our program or Japanese university more suitable place for them. Actually, of course, we have cultural difference, and sometimes the education system in Japanese university is a bit too traditional for international students. So we have to modify some parts. So to get that kind of information, talking with the current student or alumni is very important. And sometimes, this is the last month I visited some, places in UAE or Jordan to introduce Japanese university to that region. So, finally, not finally, it's just a repeat, but what I wanted to say in this presentation is from the viewpoint of sustainability of Japanese society, Japanese Ministry of Education or Japanese government or Japanese university has changed their plan or policy towards international students. Yes, they are trying to open the gate to get more students from abroad, and it could leave Japanese society more livable place. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. This was indeed very, very informative. I'm sure anyone who is interested will definitely reach out to you or contact you. And I hope that some of our students attending here will have an interest. I mean, it is very interesting. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so now we'd like to move on and start our next speaker. Of course, the day is almost going to an end, but I would like now to move to Ms. Gopika Berry, the Managing Director of the 9 Training Center. Ms. Gopika, it's really good to have you here with us today. Okay, so you are here joining us. Thank you very much for joining us and making it on time. Ms. Gopika, if you can, I mean, I know you, but if you can introduce yourself to all our attendees and tell us a little bit about yourself and background and the 9 Training Center as well.
Thank you very much, Sarah. My name is Gopika Berry, and I have over 25 years of diverse experience in HR, training and development, corporate communications, as well as management. I have a degree in social sciences, a master's degree, and a double bachelor's degree in education and social sciences, and as well as a CELTA. And I have been helping to develop and design training programs, and I work very closely on the Train and Place program, which we will be discussing at a later point in time. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Gopika. This is quite a wide, vast experience we have there. Now, I want to talk about the 9 Training Center. If you can tell us, what are the unique reasons why clients and learners choose the 9 Training Center?
Yes. At the 9 Training Center, we have 9 major reasons why clients and candidates select our training center. We guarantee results. We have wide training solutions, very competitive rates, and all our training is designed by bilingual experts. And we believe in continuous improvement, and we keep on developing and improving our training programs. We don't believe in the traditional style of training, but we believe in experiential learning. So it's always very dynamic, hands-on learning experiences. And all our mentors are extremely caring and expert. And we provide a lot of follow-up support post-training. So these are some of the reasons why the clients and candidates choose the 9 Training Center.
That is indeed very important. I mean, especially the follow-up support post-training.
Yes.
That is really important to make sure that everything went on plan and that it was really truly beneficial for the clients, I mean, for the learners and the teachers. Now,
yes. Yes, dear.
Sir, I wanted to ask about what happened during the pandemic. Like, I'm sure things have changed. And what was your strategy to take the 9 Training Center to the next level?
Yes, the pandemic took everybody, by surprise, and we had to quickly adapt ourselves to the changing times and the, the need of the hour. And we decided to, train our staff on virtual training. So first we trained our staff and then our trainers. And then we relayed this knowledge and skills to all our learners. It wasn't easy because some of the learners, they were used to the face-to-face training, and we faced certain challenges, but we overcame them. But we found out that there was definitely benefits of the virtual training, and firstly, a lot of cost savings, and the virtual training, facilitated collaboration, and we also it enabled us to, to reach out to various countries as well. And during the pandemic, we signed 2 MOUs with Ministry of Labour. The first one was to train 500 job seekers virtually, and which we successfully did. And as a result of the good feedback from the learners, the Ministry of Labour approached us again to sign an MOU to train 200 more job seekers. So it was really wonderful that we could help to train 700 job seekers and benefit them and benefit the Kingdom of Bahrain. So this was really a feather in our cap. So I believe that it's very important to change with the changing times, and the virtual training has definitely helped the learners and all our clients to train their employees, especially during the pandemic. But now face-to-face training has started, so we are doing both.
Okay, so now you have both. That is good.
Yes.
Now, I believe you worked on Train and Place, which you mentioned earlier. Can you please tell us more about that?
Yes. Actually, with the huge support from Tamkeen and Ministry of Labour, we have been able to train job seekers on sector specialized trainings. So how it starts is, first we source the vacancies from the clients, and then we get the approvals from Ministry of Labour and Tamkeen and put them on the sector specialized training, such as retail, hospitality, and healthcare. So these programs are of 3 weeks to a 1 month's duration, during which we train the candidates on English, language, on work ethics, and also the sector specialized training. And all the training is now international. So our programs are from NOCN UK, and the candidates after their successful training, they receive international certifications, which really helps them in their career. So we are extremely thankful to Tamkeen and to Ministry of Labour for their huge support in helping the 9 Training Center to train the candidates and to place them in several companies, large companies such as Majid Al Futtaim, Carrefour, Lulu, Megamart, Nesto, Bahrain Pride, Al Hawaj, and Bin Hindi, just to name a few retailers. Then we have a lot of companies in the hotels in the hospitality, and we have helped to train almost all the hotels in Bahrain, and also from the healthcare. So, and also we also have industries. So we have a wide range of programs, to suit almost every sector on the island.
Now, you talked about the wide sectors. Now, what are your signature programs, and how do you design and develop those programs?
A very good question. Yes. In order to design and develop the training programs, we have meetings with our stakeholders, such as Tamkeen, Ministry of Labour, as well as our clients, and we find out what are the areas which in training that they are looking for. Some of our clients have, they want to train the candidates in very specialized areas, such as we found out that one of the programs which we developed was the Smart Retailer. This was as a result of having talks with several retailers, and we found out that there was a requirement there. So we had our experts design the program, and there was a lot of back and forth with the experts as well as our clients in order to build this program, and it was extremely successful. We have trained over 5,000 candidates from all sectors and fields, not only in Bahrain, but we have reached out to Oman as well as UAE and Turkey, and now KSA as well.
Wow.
So this is how we design our training programs, and also programs in hospitality. We also design after having meetings with the hotel, leisure, and entertainment industry.
So it starts from the sector itself and looking for what they need, and then catering the program to them.
Absolutely. A lot of market research goes into it, and we have several meetings with our specialists and a lot of back and forth, and we keep on innovating. So let's say the first, after the first training program is over, we discuss with the candidates, we look at their feedback and evaluation as well as the clients, and then we modify. So this is one of one of the reasons why clients like us to deliver trainings for them, because we don't believe in offering off-the-shelf programs. We like to customize and tailor-make the program as per the client needs as well as the candidate needs, and to address the pain areas of the employers.
Yes. And Ms. Gopika, what sectors do you focus on mostly? Now, you've mentioned a few sectors, and can you name like 2 or more programs that cater to those sectors and more specifically?
Yes, actually, as I mentioned, retail is one of our, the Smart Retailer and several other retail programs are our signature programs for the retail industry. We also have customer service skills for the hospitality industry. We also cater to oil and gas sector, and we have programs such as communication strategies, developing high performance teams, leadership strategies, and so on. So we are dealing with several sectors, and I am very proud of the fact that our dynamic trainers are not only bilingual, they are trilingual, and all of them are subject matter experts. We don't use one trainer for every training. It's always a subject matter expert to, for faster transfer of knowledge, skills, and attitude. And I am very proud of the fact that many of our trainers are authors of books, as well as speakers in conferences and seminars.
Yes, that is great. Now, in the end, what advices would you like to pass to new clients or new learners?
Well, I would say the key to always, moving forward in business is to never stop learning. And the 9 Training Center can help you stay on top of the ever-changing environment and industry. Our advanced training offerings can be customized to fit, your specific needs and requirements, whether it is for your entire team or just the learner himself. And our clients can and the candidates can choose the instruction solutions that fits their goals, their objectives, and schedules and study preferences. And also if our clients and learners prefer virtual sessions, we can do that. If they want face-to-face, we can do that. Or if they want a blend of virtual and face-to-face, we are more than happy to offer the best solution to our clients. And we can train anywhere, anytime. And my message is that you will be building real world skills while you enhance your expertise, and never stop learning. That's my message to everybody out there.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gopika Peri, for your time. It was really informative, and I do hope that our attendees will actually benefit from that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now, last but not least, I'd like to invite you all to watch a video from Professor Dr. Kyriakos Kovaliotis, Provost and Chief Academic Officer at BSBI Germany. Let's all watch this.
I'm very happy to be with you today and discuss about the following thematic unit: new educational methodologies such as educational technology, teaching methods, online learning, trending pedagogies, and educational management systems. I'm Professor Kyriakos Kovaliotis, the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at the Berlin School of Business and Innovation. Today, more than ever, we must consider education as a valuable global asset with a main role of supporting and promoting cultural diversity and individual freedom. COVID-19, among other things, has taught the world how important education and research really are. The tremendous progress made in this area, based on new discoveries, the use of technology, innovation, modern teaching philosophy, and above all, artificial intelligence, has opened new avenues. The way in which countries have worked together to address the pandemic threat, coordinate emergency plans, and evaluate the effectiveness of their actions has proven that these processes are the largest initiative of global solidarity and alliance in human history. Many of the models we have used are related to artificial intelligence that saved us from thousands of working hours and time that presently we do not have. Because of the pandemic, it is obvious that the education sector was greatly affected. Approximately 1.6 billion students from 192 countries, or 91% of the world's student population, experienced interruptions in the educational process. But not only we responded effectively, but we came out stronger. We embraced the challenges in the most productive way when we need it most. Within a few days, the educational community had to take traditional teaching to another dimension, that of the internet. It had to improvise, innovate, and become global. What was expected to happen in years or decades happened immediately. The world has become a global education hub, an international learning village. This change was cataclysmic and the role of artificial intelligence more than crucial. It is expected that the future of education, not in a few years anymore, but literally tomorrow, will eliminate the traditional class, the borders between countries and all the stereotypes for acquiring knowledge. Technology can turn out whole lives into learning experiences. Some scholars argued 100 years ago that higher education seemed on the verge of technological revolution. The spread of a powerful new communication network, the modern postal system, enabled institutions to distribute the courses beyond the boundaries of their campuses. Anyone with a mailbox could enroll in a class. Today, this little historical reference seems incredibly distant. We now have artificial intelligence in our hands, academic chatbots, virtual tutors, and machine learning. A few weeks ago, Facebook CEO and founder Mark Zuckerberg announced the creation of a new 3D world in the metaverse environment, as he called it, borrowing the Greek word meta. For all of us who have gone through many years in distance education and had an experience with artificial intelligence, when it looked like science fiction, it was an expected development. The use of Web 3.0 tools, modern and asynchronous digital learning models, virtual rooms and cells, what we call avatars, smart books and multimedia have already been integrated into our education models. Today, however, we have the opportunity to ensure that the integration of emerging technologies, artificial intelligence and meta-reality is further accelerated and that distance and digital learning becomes an integral part of education. This in turn will lead to more holistic, comprehensive and creative pedagogical solutions. Distance and digital education not only kept the traditional educational structures active during the pandemic, but also made the learning process more open and accessible than ever. Courses are now global, and the student community is made up of different nationalities and backgrounds. Education today has literally abolished international borders and rediscovered itself as a global commodity. This commodity is accessible to all 24 hours a day, regardless of geographical or other restrictions. It is more than certain that in the near future, all the latest innovative technological developments in artificial intelligence and modern educational methodologies, such as open learning, social media, learning through smart devices, mixed learning, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence, will be fully utilized. Modern education is indeed a commodity that brings a new stream of positive thinking about diversity and continuing learning. Alvin Toffler had said that the illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who can not learn, learn and relearn.
Okay, I'm not sure if there was more or if we can play it again, or I think it got cut off with Professor Dr. Kyriakos.
Social media, learning through smart devices, mixed learning, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence will be fully utilized. Modern education is indeed a commodity that brings a new stream of positive thinking about diversity and continuing learning. Alvin Toffler had said that the illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who can not learn, learn and relearn.
Ms. Sarah,
Yes.
the video is over.
So do you want to do it again or?
That is it. It's the full video. That is the full video, so we can continue.
Okay, okay. Okay then. I think this actually brings us to the end of today. But before I leave you, I would like to, give a special thanks once again to all our attendees, to our sponsors, and namely our platinum sponsors, the American University of Bahrain, the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, RCSI, and the Kingdom University of Bahrain, and of course, our gold sponsor, Ahliya University. Of course, special thanks once again goes to all our speakers of the day. I hope everything went as planned and it was as fruitful as we hoped it would be, and inshallah we will continue in the forthcoming days. It's gonna continue until the 9th of December. You can check out the schedule for every day for the agenda on who's speaking and the timings, and of course don't forget the exhibition. Before I leave you, I just want to check if Sheikha Noura would like to say a few words before we end the day. Okay, then I guess it's safe to say that we can end the day.
Sheikha would like to have.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and it's a really pleasure to have you all. It was a really exciting sessions that we have. Thanks to all the speakers and all the university who participate with us today. And again, I would like to have a special thanks to all the ministers who join us today, and the minister who is going to join us for the upcoming 5 days as well. And special thanks to all the ministry and the embassies who supported us from Bahrain and from UAE, as well as our platinum sponsors, American University of Bahrain, Royal University, RCSI, Kingdom University, as well as Ahliya University. I would like to thank also the university who participate from Japan for our session of the day, and also the university who participate with us as a speaker for today from Kabbalah University and other universities. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope that you join us tomorrow in our event. We will be sharing the agenda, and it is already on the website. Also, tomorrow is the first day for the exhibition, which all the students is welcome to join us from the 6th to the 9th of December. Students from all around the world are welcome to join us. For the virtual booth is from the 9 to 5, and the registration for the virtual booth is on the website, as well as the live sessions for the exhibitions is also from the 9 to 3 p.m. inshallah by tomorrow. The virtual exhibition is going to be on Teams, and the conference is going to be on Zoom and live streaming, as well as the virtual booth is going to be there on the website. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Noura Al Khalifa, and I hope that you like the first sessions of our conference. Thank you so much, and see you inshallah next day of the conference tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.